Chapter 49:15. However, Lin Ling waved his hand, indicating to Lei Gong and the others not to be impulsive. Then he smiled. Your Excellency, you have good eyes. But facing a world will host body. Will Your Excellency go all out to eliminate it? Yes. Not for now. Yes. The youth smiled, revealing his clean teeth. He pointed to the statue in front of him and said, This is a sun and universe stone statue. It has powerful laws, and is very suitable for cultivation. Why don't you try it? Right, I can last at most 3,861 years inside. Then I have to come out to take a breath. I wonder if you can last longer. After speaking, the youth closed his eyes slightly. Everyone was confused. Was this youth an enemy or a friend? They all looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then shook his head and smiled. He had seen countless people in his life, and was already used to it. No matter where this god called Dao Child came from, it was fine as long as he was not hostile. What is this statue? Why does it say that it can last for 3,861 years? Lei Gong and the others gathered around, and kept sizing up the limestone statue. Everyone give it a try. I don't think this stone statue is dangerous, Lin Ling said to everyone. Then he closed his eyes, and tried to communicate with the limestone statue. However, as soon as he connected, Lin Ling immediately discovered that he had entered a dusky multiverse. This multiverse was vast and boundless, and there was a huge fireball in the distance. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the multiverse, the universe of light. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen it. Looking around, he saw that the thunder god and the others had also appeared. They were all extremely surprised. Lin Ling, did our souls enter here, or did our bodies enter here? Treasure god Nanwufenyu could not help but ask. This statue was too miraculous. It could communicate with the universe. And where is this? Saint Yi also asked. Lin Ling looked ahead, and kept investigating. He had Lin Ling's universe, so he was familiar with it. Then he said in surprise, This is a real universe. Ah! Everyone was shocked. However, this universe is extremely strange. It can be said to be incomplete, but also complete. It can be said to be flawed, but it has all the laws. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he had seen such a strange universe. Of course, this was the very beginning of the Dao realm, so it was very complete. However, just as the universe was about to take shape, the giant god who controlled the universe gathered the shattered god world, the primal chaos realm, and the old lands to form another multiverse. That was the Dao realm, which led to this multiverse. It's also been abandoned. At this moment, a voice sounded from the distance. It was that Dao Child. It can also be said that it is a body that is reconstructed by the universe for you, and it is exactly the same as the body in the outside world. Of course, after you leave this place, everything you obtain in this universe can also be brought back to your body. Also, after you leave this place, you can also bring back everything you obtain in this universe. Of course. Alright, let's start running. Let's see how long we can run. The Taoist child smiled and shot forward. That's right. If you want to leave, you just need to sense your Tao return to heaven seat. Your Tao return to heaven seat will bring you back to the palace. My name is Tao Child 10 million years. His voice drifted through the universe, but the Tao Child had already disappeared. What a strange guy. Everyone blinked and then looked at Lin Ling, asking Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. Let's give it a try. Then, he imitated the Tao Child and sprinted forward. Suddenly, a strange force rose around him. It was like spiritual energy, but also like a great law. Meteors flew past him like clouds. It can increase one's soul power in cultivation realm. Moreover, it's faster than cultivating in the outside world. Lin Ling nodded and transmitted his voice to Lei Gong, and the rest at the same time. Everyone was overjoyed and quickly followed suit. The group of people flew through the multiverse at a terrifying speed. The blazing sun in the distance shone on them, making them feel warm all over. Around them, countless meteors flew past, but they did not collide with them. It was extremely strange. It's been a year, Lin Ling. I feel that time is moving. At this moment, Yu and the rest's voices sounded. So that's how it is. We're running in the universe's great law of time. Lin Ling was completely enlightened, because he felt that he had been running for less than half an hour. But he had been running for a year. A year's time was not of much help to gods. But a year's cultivation was definitely better than half an hour. It turned out that this was a way to speed up cultivation. Everyone continue. Then Lin Ling sent a telepathic message over and looked ahead, looking for the Taoist child. However, the young man had disappeared. He ran away quite well. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha, Brother Ling, I broke through. I broke through too. After a long time, cheerful voices sounded, making Lin Ling happy for everyone. Then, he pondered and instructed everyone to use all the treasures they had obtained from the Tao Pagoda for cultivation. Unknowingly, another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were more meteors around them, as if they had witnessed countless seasons, sunrises and sunsets. Lin Ling, I broke through. Lin Ling, I'm going to become a higher deity. More and more surprised voices sounded. It'll probably be easier to pass the tribulation here. You guys go ahead. We won't help you because it'll be more troublesome, Lin Ling said with a smile. He never expected that the stone statue would have such benefits. He had already taken out a large number of treasures and refined them continuously. His cultivation had also reached the peak of the early stage of higher deity, and he was getting closer and closer to breaking through. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ling also looked around and found that the meteors were like white horses galloping past. They were so fast that he was a little dazzled, and his body began to feel uncomfortable. However, as time passed, Lin Ling found that the effects of cultivation were more obvious. Lin Ling, I can't take it anymore. There are too many meteors around me. I can't take it anymore. Me too. How did I leave? Return to the heavenly plane. After 1,000 years, the voices of Young Yao and the others could be heard. Then, they disappeared and returned to the palace. The remaining people were still persevering, because they also found that the longer they persevered, the more help they would receive. It wasn't until 1,500 years later that Yu and the others also withdrew. Lin Ling, we're going to break through. My lord, I'm going to break through too. At this time, Longyang, Xiaoluan, and the others' voices could be heard. Sheng Yi, Nanwufingyu, and the others also broke through. In particular, Lei Gong and the others had all bought into the realm of mid-stage higher deities. Although Lin Ling was also cultivating crazily, because of his 8 dantians, he was still a little bit away from breaking through. Chapter 49:16. When it reached 2,000 years, Saint Yi and the rest also left, leaving only Lei Gong and the other 2 to follow Lin Ling. The 4 of them were the host bodies of the world's will, and they were undoubtedly much more powerful. Lin Ling, I discovered that this radiant universe is improving in all aspects. Even my world's willpower has improved. Longyang's voice came, but it was obvious that she was struggling to speak. Yes, my physical body and soul power are both improving. Because this is cultivating in time, it's equivalent to us cultivating here for 2,000 years. Lin Ling replied with a smile. This place is too good. Why don't we stay here and cultivate? Lei Gong's hearty laughter came, but it was also very difficult to laugh. At daybreak this palace disappears. It's hard to keep cultivating. Lin Ling said helplessly. That's true. Unknowingly, 2,500 years had passed. Sir, I can't hold on anymore. Xiaoluan's voice came first. After 2,600 years, Longyang's voice also came. It wasn't until the year 2,800 that the thunder god finally gave up. Alright, you guys can start from the beginning. Lin Ling nodded. The further they went, the faster time passed. In other words, the effect of cultivation was even more obvious. At the starting point the pressure was lower, but the flow of time was also slower. Now, only Lin Ling was left running in the universe alone. The meteor shower that appeared in front of him was like Lin Ling's cosmic ray, majestic and mighty. This meant that the flow of time had reached a hair-raising level. Until 3,000 years, Lin Ling finally sensed the signs of a breakthrough. Rumble. 8 dantians were tumbling, and various divine embryos bloomed around Lin Ling. Waves of terrifying divine essence spewed out in all directions. Rumble. There was even a lightning tribulation that came, as if to kill Lin Ling. However, in the radiant great cosmos, the thunder tribulation was undoubtedly weakened. After all, Lin Ling had already been running for 100 years by the time the thunder tribulation arrived. He had only touched the tip of the thunder tribulation's power. The most important power of the lightning tribulation had been completely taken away by time. My first breakthrough went so smoothly. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He hadn't even experienced the lightning tribulation yet, and then he had broken through in a daze. Rumble. At the same time, the 8 divine embryos returned to Lin Ling's body. Within Lin Ling's body, a powerful energy erupted. His divine power, physical strength, and soul strength crazily soared. I reckon that even if I don't use innate talent fusion, ordinary late-stage high gods won't be a match for me. Lin Ling smiled happily. However, when he thought of the Tao child, his expression turned serious. This world was fair. He, Lin Ling, had the host body of the world's will, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. He was able to kill a giant god of the universe with the strength of a higher god, but others could do it as well. The Tao Pagoda is indeed worthy of gathering the most terrifying gods of this era. What is the origin of the Tao child who has lived for 10 million years? Lin Ling was still running wildly. However, because of his breakthrough, the pressure around him had weakened somewhat. It wasn't until 3,500 years later that the pressure began to increase. Lin Ling found it difficult to breathe, and his eyes were dazzled. However, at this time, a figure quietly appeared in front of him. This person was sitting cross-legged in the universe of light, and was moving forward at a slow speed. In this long river of time, one could actually slow down. Lin Ling couldn't help but widen his horizons. Moreover, he could see that the person sitting cross-legged, his whole body shining with light, was none other than the Tao child. As expected of the host body of the world's will, the strength of a higher god has reached 3,500 years. At this moment, the Tao child opened his eyes and said with a faint smile, "Ordinary high gods have at most 1,500 years of cultivation. Even late-stage high gods have only 2,000 years of cultivation, but you have more than 3,000 years of cultivation. The other 3 have all reached 2,000 years of cultivation. Then you are even more powerful than us. Are you also a host body of the world's will?" Lin Ling immediately laughed. "Of course not. However, I am the same thing as you. I am formed from the most ancient universe," the Tao child said with a smile. "You are the thing," Lin Ling immediately said with dissatisfaction. "Ha ha ha." The Tao child laughed even louder. "You are a host body of the world's will. How interesting. However, I am about to reach my limit. Last time, I reached 3,800 years. This time, I want to surpass the previous time. How about it? Are you interested in a competition?" "Sure." Lin Ling nodded, and his figure quickly passed by the Tao child. The Tao child also withdrew his techniques and exploded with full speed. The 2 figures ran wildly in the universe of light. The surrounding meteors turned white, and were extremely terrifying. Lin Ling and the Tao child didn't speak. They were both under tremendous pressure. The hidden techniques in their bodies were secretly activated to resist the side effects of the flow of time. Gradually, the 2 of them reached 3,700 years. Lin Ling was shocked. This Tao child's body was indeed hiding a powerful force. The Tao child was also shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to persist for so long. The 2 of them didn't say a word, and continued to compare secretly. Unknowingly, 3,800 years had passed. At this moment, the pressure on the 2 of them increased greatly. With every year, it was as though they had exhausted all their vitality. The various mysterious forces hidden in their bodies were all resisting the flow of time. Lin Ling's face was solemn and he sighed. It was indeed difficult for gods to surpass the universe. After all, he was already so powerful now. However, in the face of the vast universe, he was still as weak as an ant. It has been 3,858 years. The last time this Tao child passed was 3,862 years. Then, Lin Ling grumbled in his heart. He gritted his teeth, and continued to release more mysterious forces. However, in the end, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Especially after reaching 3,862 years, the pressure was even greater. It forced Lin Ling to give up immediately. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt the power of the worlds will floating out to protect him. However, it wasn't of much help. On the contrary, the chaos godly formula produced a mysterious force that seemed to be refining something. It allowed him to persist for a longer time. Unknowingly, another year had passed. He finally broke the record of the last time the Tao child came. Hold on for one more year. Lin Ling felt dizzy. His soul and body felt like they were about to explode. However, he felt that he could still hold on for a while longer. Time passed quickly. 1 year was like a breath. Lin Ling reached 3,864 years. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that he had failed. Without showing off, Lin Ling returned to the heavenly plane and returned to the palace. A mysterious light appeared, and the surrounding pressure gradually disappeared. Lin Ling discovered that he had already appeared on the 3rd level. The moment he appeared, he was sweating profusely. It was as though he was about to collapse. That Tao child is a freak. He can still hold on, Lin Ling said as he sat on the ground. He looked around and saw that there were only 3 people around. They were the young demon master, Bai Shui, and Pure Maiden. However, they were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. This made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. He turned around and saw that the Tao child was already sitting on the other side. He was also sweating profusely and his face was pale. Chapter 49:17. A year earlier, Lin Ling was shocked when he saw the Tao child's bitter smile. In his opinion, he should have come out earlier than the Tao child. Looks like I'm still no match for you if you really want to fight me to the death, the Tao child said again as he stared at Lin Ling. There was a strange glow in his eyes. Lin Ling also stared at the Tao child and waited for him to continue. Unfortunately, the Tao child didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the statue and said, "It's not suitable for you and me to enter the Sun Celestial statue again. Once we enter, it will take too long. If the Sun Celestial Temple disappears, we won't be able to come out." They're coming. Of course, they haven't been in for long, so it's not a big problem. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the rest nodded and entered the stone statue again. They didn't want to miss this opportunity. Only Lin Ling and the Tao child were left on the 3rd level. The Tao child then said, "I thought that the will of the world was only SOSO. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be stronger than us. But now, it seems that we've underestimated the will of the world." "Looks like you're very familiar with the will of the world," Lin Ling said casually. "You can say that I'm familiar with it, but I guess that we're more familiar with it than you guys." The Tao child smiled. Lin Ling understood that there was more than one person like the Tao child. "You said that you're familiar with the will of the world. Then let me ask you, do you know who the 9 will of the world are?" Lin Ling asked. Hee, you're trying to trick me." The Tao child smiled mysteriously and pondered for a moment before saying, "Fine, since you're also a host body of the world will, this isn't a secret. There's no harm in telling you. Now there are only 8 host bodies of the world will left, because one of them was devoured by a person called Lin Ling. The will of the world is the great god of Spirit Nation, Taoist Duobao, Leigong, Shaoluan, Longyang Lin Ling, and the most mysterious one, the person behind the 3 holy gates of White Mountain." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh out loud. He had thought that this Taoist child was very familiar with the world will's host body, but it turned out that he was not as familiar as him. "What are you laughing at?" The Taoist boy thought that Lin Ling would be surprised, but who knew that Lin Ling was actually mocking him? "Your secret is not a secret to me at all," Lin Ling said disdainfully. "I guess you only know that we are the host bodies of the world will, but you don't know what our names are. Of course, compared to ordinary people, you know a lot. That's commendable." "You." The Taoist child's face turned red. This person actually used such a tone to speak to him? He was unconvinced. "You don't know much more than I do." "I'm sorry. I'm probably more familiar with the world will host than anyone else. As for the person behind the 3 divine gates of White Mountain that you mentioned earlier, I know that it's Dipankara Buddha. and he's one of the strongest world will hosts. You really know. The Taoist child sucked in a breath of cold air. He had deliberately not said the name in order to whet Lin Ling's appetite. But who knew that Lin Ling knew more than him? Of course, I've even seen him. He almost wanted to devour me, but unfortunately he failed. Lin Ling nodded and said, moreover, according to what you said, you know all the world will hosts, but you're still missing one. This we naturally know who it is, but it's a serious matter, so I can't say it. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Taoist child's face turned serious. Say it. Perhaps in my opinion, your secret is not a secret at all. Lin Ling said with a smile. The Taoist child pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and said, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld Shen Shu. What? Lin Ling almost spat out. Previously, he really thought that the Taoist child knew, but in the end, this guy was talking nonsense. Don't tease me, god of the underworld Shen Shu. Who is he to be qualified to be the strongest world will host body? Lin Ling could not help but laugh. However, Lin Ling's expression undoubtedly made the Taoist child's face turn red. He felt that Lin Ling was mocking him even more. He said angrily, isn't it? Of course not. Lin Ling shook his head. Is a mere god of the underworld, Shen Shu, qualified to make Dipankara Buddha afraid? Is he qualified to be above Dipankara Buddha? These words made the Taoist child's expression change drastically, as if he had been struck by lightning, because what Lin Ling said made sense. But in the chaotic realm, according to the rumors, the last world will host body is the god of the underworld Shen Shu. The Taoist child frowned. It's just a rumor spread by others. Do you really believe it? Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. The last world will host body I know is an extremely impressive person. Who is it? The Taoist child was suddenly curious. Why should I tell you? Unless you can tell me where you came from. Lin Ling said. The Taoist child was so angry that he stomped his feet. His eyes flickered, and he kept thinking. If I tell you where we came from, you will tell me where we are the last world will host body. How about that? Finally, the Taoist child looked at Lin Ling and said. Then, seeing Lin Ling nod, he hesitated for a long time and finally said, we are the 10 stars of the universe, and also the nemesis of the world will host body. We were created by the universe, after the world will destroyed the world. Everything in the universe has a way to counter each other. Even the host body of the worlds will has a way to counter each other. In the entire universe, perhaps only the creator of the universe is truly invincible. But I heard that the creator of the universe also has a counter. But the counter comes from himself. Therefore, our mission is to destroy the world will. Hearing that, Lin Ling nodded and believed the Taoist child's words. He smiled and said, then, you know that we are 4 world will hosts, but why don't you attack us? Because I have a feeling that you are stronger than me. The Taoist child smiled. Then, you are not afraid that we will join forces to kill you? Haha, we are the same as the world will host body. We will not die. Even if we die, we will be reincarnated. Moreover, I feel that you will not kill me. You are quite confident. Lin Ling had a good impression of this Taoist child. He sighed in his heart. This was the nemesis of the world will host body. And he could actually chat with him so happily. Okay, don't change the topic. Tell me, who is the last world will host body? At this time, the Taoist child hurriedly asked. The prime of Tongtian. Lin Ling did not hide anything and told him the answer. When the answer came out, the Taoist child was obviously stunned. His eyes kept flickering, as if he could not accept this fact. Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. He closed his eyes and sensed his strength after the breakthrough this time. His 8 Danshians had all stepped into the ranks of mid-level high gods. Now Lin Ling's physical strength had reached 1.5 billion, and his power of divinity had reached 1.5 billion. If he fused his 3rd stage talent, it would be 2 to 3 billion, which was equivalent to 6 billion. Chapter 49:18. Of course, in the outside world, as long as Lin Ling had enough cultivation resources, 3,000 years of cultivation could also raise his realm. But because of the stone sculpture, these 3,000 years were just a day in the outside world. Strange, my world's willpower has increased by very little. It seems that this is because there is not enough faith. Instead, my soul force has reached 400,000 levels. The rate of increase is terrifying. I wonder if I can cultivate the second universe 3 extremes break? Lin Ling immediately began to comprehend and cultivate the universe 3 extremes break. The universe 3 extremes break was the most ancient Mahayana Buddhist technique. It had the power to kill enemies with cosmic rays. With this top-notch trump card, Lin Ling had already killed the North Pole Emperor and a great demon. So now that there was a chance, Lin Ling would definitely not miss the chance to raise the power of his trump card. Buddhist chance rose in Lin Ling's mind. Although the universe 3 extremes break was a Mahayana Buddhist technique, it was not the purest Buddhist technique. It was the Tao of killing Buddhas, annihilation and killing. 3,000 cosmic rays, called Jieyuan break. Lin Ling's heart seemed to explode. The cultivation method of the second universe 3 extremes break had appeared, forming 3 cosmic rays, killing all souls. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. With such a terrifying trump card, Lin Ling was confident that even among the king-level universe gods, there were fewer people who could block his trump card. The Tao Pagoda is indeed the place where the final gods fight. Lin Ling was excited. He had not been in the Tao Pagoda for long, but his strength had greatly increased. Next, he checked the Panga's attack again. Unfortunately, it was still far away from the next attack. On the contrary, the increase in power of the Quafu sun-chasing boots allowed Lin Ling to have a speed of 200 million. Next, I have to improve my divine embryo. After all, my strongest divine embryo is the eternal killing world. And this divine embryo is only at the level of a superior god. The improvement of the divine embryo directly affects the breakthrough, and even affects the amount of divine power. If the divine embryo is too weak, it will undoubtedly be difficult for me to improve my realm. Moreover, I also need to start preparing treasures to open the 9th Dantian. However, I reckon that the last Dantian should be the most difficult. But now that the 8 Dantians have been opened, my strength has become heaven-defying. If the 9th Dantian is opened, it will undoubtedly allow me to surpass the universe. Lin Ling was analyzing his own path of cultivation. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and noticed that everyone was sitting cross-legged around him. Everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. In a cruel place like the Tao Pagoda, everyone's strength would undoubtedly increase, and they would be able to survive longer. What an unexpected piece of news! When the Tao child saw that Lin Ling had woken up, he could not help but shake his head helplessly. So, instead of dealing with us, why don't you think of ways to deal with Tongtian sect leader? After all, if he doesn't die, what's the point of us dying? Lin Ling hurriedly advised. There's also Dipankara Buddha. His strength is also heaven-defying. He should also be your number 1 enemy. He took the opportunity to infuriate these 2 giants. We also know this. This is also one of the reasons why I didn't do anything before. The Tao child nodded. Moreover, if you're alive, because you're devouring each other, you can still restrain each other. If you're all dead, then Tongtian sect leader and Dipankara Buddha will be one big family. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly happy. This young man has won my heart. Well, it's almost time. This palace is about to disappear. Then, the Tao child stood up, went to the window, and looked into the distance with a solemn gaze. Lin Ling saw this and did the same. Outside the window, the pitch-black prairie was still cold and cruel. From time to time, strange eyes flashed past. Lin Ling stared out the window and asked casually, "By the way, are there many experts like you in the orthodoxy?" "There aren't many, but there are also quite a few." The Tao child did not hide anything. The Tao Pagoda has gathered many ancient god clans, such as the Tooth clan from the Fog Sea. These god clans have existed since the creation of the world. Coupled with their unity, their strength is not weak now. Moreover, there are also cultivators from the underworld, as well as cultivators from the chaotic realm. Of course, there are also 5 ancient emperors. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling felt as though his horizons had been broadened. Although he had already stepped into the pinnacle of this era, it was still extremely difficult to move forward in this great cosmos where thousands of races stood on equal footing. And there were 5 ancient emperors. It was about time for the Yellow Emperor and the others to enter the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling knew that they were still outside the Dao Pagoda to collect more Dao Realm fragments and reach the final peak. Well, the Sun Palace is about to disappear. At this time, the Dao Child looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although you are the host body of the worlds, well, we can still talk. As for me, I am the 10,000-year Dao Child. I once sent 10 million doppelgangers into the endless universe to experience life. After 1,000 years, I returned and gathered them into one body. I see. No wonder you gave me a sense of familiarity, because I think I have seen one of your doppelgangers before. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. And I am Lin Ling. So it's you, Lin Ling. I have heard a lot about you. The Dao Child's expression was obviously shocked. It seemed that he had heard of Lin Ling's name. Rumble. At the same time, the palace began to collapse. Sunlight shone in and fell on the bodies of the gods in the palace, making them smile. Another night had passed, and now it was time for a harvest. In the dazzling prairie, all kinds of treasures grew wildly. All the gods began to collect them. This was the universe's reward for them. After all, they had passed another tribulation. You collect the treasures, Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Looking around the palace, it was the giant gods of the universe who were collecting the treasures. When they saw Lin Ling, their expressions were obviously not good. However, when they saw the Dao Child, they did not dare to act rashly. They could only let Lin Ling and the others collect the treasures. Of course, they were also shocked. They did not expect the demon child to be able to chat so happily with the youth. It was extremely strange. After the Dao Child leaves, those people are dead meat. Yes, the Sun Moon God will definitely come to settle accounts with them. Moreover, the gods they bullied before will also come to settle accounts with them. These giant gods of the universe kept collecting the treasures, but they were also talking coldly. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know their little scheme? He did not leave. First, he wanted to collect the treasures around him. Second, the Dao Child was still here. He would give some face. After the Dao Child left, the treasures collected by these giant gods of the universe would all belong to him, Lin Ling. In a place like the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling would not be merciful to anyone. Well, Lin Ling, I have to go first. You guys continue collecting. If there is a chance, I hope to meet you on the 2nd level. After a while, the Dao Child smiled at Lin Ling, took a step, and disappeared. The gods on the prairie were still collecting treasures, but the sneers on their faces were getting thicker. They were ready to make a move. Chapter 49:19. When Saint Guy's voice rang out, half of the grassland fell silent. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Saint Guy in disbelief. They were already prepared to attack Saint Guy, but before they could, Saint Guy and the others had already set their sights on them. He even wanted them to hand over their treasures. One had to know that many of them had no intention of attacking at all. Saint Guy's words had offended everyone present. Reckless fool, you actually dared to provoke me. I didn't intend to bother with them, but they overestimated themselves and tried to steal our things. Kill them. All the gods stopped their harvesting and looked coldly at Saint Guy and the others. Young friend, I'm the first Yangming Greedy Wolf Star Emperor of the 7 Big Dipper Emperors. Take back what you said before, or I'll take your life. The other powerful gods also spoke in a cold voice. The eyes of the gods who had a grudge against Lin Ling were now ice cold, and they were already planning how to slaughter these people. Saint Guy, don't waste your breath on them. Kill them all. At this time, Lin Ling's voice rang out. He looked at Yu and the others and said, You guys attack too. I'll be in charge of harvesting. Lin Ling had always been in charge of protecting them while Yu and the others harvested. But this time, Lin Ling would be the one harvesting. He wanted to let Yu and the others experience their strength after breaking through. Okay. Yu and the others nodded. Within the sunstone sculpture, their strength had greatly increased, and their confidence had been greatly boosted. Especially Young Yao and the others, they had broken through 2 levels. Hee, it's finally our turn to attack. Lei Gong and the others sneered and walked out slowly. That youth who can transform into a giant, he's not attacking? As for the cosmos giant gods, all of them frowned as they felt humiliated. The other gods were even more so. Lin Ling had once displayed his strength in the Sun Temple, so everyone knew that he was the strongest. But now he wasn't attacking? Did he think that they weren't worth Lin Ling's time? Kill them. The deities didn't waste any more words. They attacked one after another, wanting to kill Lin Ling and the others. Attack. With Lei Gong as the leader, everyone also attacked. This was especially true for Lei Gong, Longyang and Xiaoluan. Their strength had skyrocketed, and it could be said that they were more than twice as strong as before. Because they were the hosts of the world will, they could control the world will's power as they pleased. Even Lin Ling couldn't do this. There were more than a dozen giant gods present, and Lei Gong and the other two were able to block more than half of them. In addition, Saint Yi was also helping. Although they could not kill the giant god of the universe, it was not difficult to block him. There were strong and weak universe gods as well, and these universe gods couldn't compare to the likes of Emperor Ziwei. These people are also so strong. Impossible. If they are so strong, why didn't they unleash their full strength when they entered the palace? Could it be that they crazily increased their strength in the palace? Seeing Lei Gong and the others fighting against the giant god of the universe, the surrounding deities were all shocked. At the same time, Yu and the others also attacked. Although their realms weren't high, they had received guidance from Lin Ling and were proficient in many techniques. Looking at treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and pure lady Whitewater, they were suppressing their opponents. Die. Treasure god Nanwu Fingyu and the others had traveled extensively with Lin Ling and had seen a lot. They already had powerful trump cards. Attack. What are you idiots looking at? Seeing that they couldn't kill Lei Gong and the others, many deities shouted at the same time into the distance. There were still many deities watching from afar, and they were very shocked. Then they pondered for a moment and also attacked. That brat is collecting. Maybe he's the weakest. Some deities from other places stared at Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's realm wasn't high. More importantly, Lin Ling was actually collecting. Perhaps they could succeed in a sneak attack. Thinking of this, his eyes turned cold. If he could kill Lin Ling, all the treasures on Lin Ling's body would belong to him. Why bother fighting with others? Hee. That deity became more and more excited and pounced. However, just as he moved, he realized that a few other deities were also pouncing toward Lin Ling with the same idea as him. Damn it! He couldn't help but curse. At the same time he shouted, "Let's make it clear first. We'll split the loot equally." What a cunning person! There were gods flying toward Lin Ling from all directions, all of them cursing in their hearts. Originally, after killing Lin Ling, the loot would belong to him alone. However, with so many people attacking, the loot would have to be split equally. Forget it, we'll split the loot equally. However, they also agreed to it. After all, this was a sneak attack. They would retreat after a successful attack. Otherwise, the other deities would have to split their loot even more. Then, they locked their gazes on Lin Ling. All of them prepared a powerful killer move, wanting to kill Lin Ling instantly. They were confident that when these killer moves were combined, even a giant god of the universe would have to avoid them. However, at this moment Lin Ling, who had been bending down to collect the loot, slowly stood up. He only glanced around, before throwing out a few punches. Then he continued to collect. Bam! 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 The deities that had pounced on Lin Ling earlier were all killed with a single punch. Their divine bodies exploded, and their divine bones and divine blood spilled all over the ground. The surroundings fell silent at once. The deities that were still fighting stopped subconsciously and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. One punch. A late-stage high god died. Moreover, he didn't use any killer move at all. It was just a very ordinary punch. Moreover, that punch had killed several high gods at the same time. If he had attacked earlier, what would the result have been? At the thought of this, many deities began to retreat because the result they imagined was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stood up straight and carefully counted his loot. People couldn't help but look around Lin Ling, and realized that all the treasures around the palace had been collected by Lin Ling. An ominous premonition quietly rose in their hearts. Okay, time's up. It's my turn. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked around with a faint smile. He didn't want to waste too much time here. After all, he still had to go to other places to collect loot. Oh no, he's going to attack. All the deities were shocked. What's there to be afraid of? He's just one person. Someone forcefully emboldened himself. That's right. We have more than a dozen giant gods of the universe here. What's there to be afraid of? More people nodded. They all looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But at this moment, Lin Ling had already attacked. The speed of the Quafu sun-chasing boots exploded, and the third stage of the fusion talent burst out with a strength of 3 billion. Bam! In the prairie, a loud boom sounded. Then a deity exploded. Dead. Chapter 49:20. Pung pung pung. Even more gods died without knowing how they died. Even if they used powerful methods, such as the god's staircase, it was useless. It was as if night had fallen on the prairie as a large number of gods died. This also caused all the gods to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. So the result of this youth's attack was so terrifying. I don't want the treasures anymore. Some gods were completely terrified. They threw down the treasures and wanted to run. Pung. However, they still couldn't escape death. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared. He looked at everyone indifferently and said, "You wasted so much of my time, and now you want to run. What's the use of not dying?" You. Countless gods' eyes narrowed. What an arrogant tone. It was useless to beg for mercy, because they had wasted the youth's time? This was too overbearing. It's your turn. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes locked onto a universe giant. This person was the weakest among the dozen or so universe giants. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He unleashed all his strength and ruthlessly slashed at that universe giant like a god descending to the mortal world. I remember you. In the palace, you were the one who was most dissatisfied with me. A terrifying sword, mixed with ferocious murderous intent, slashed out. That universe giant was attacking Lei Gong and the others. After sensing the terrifying power behind him, he shouted angrily, "Do you really think I'm a superior god? I have 10 billion deity force on me." He pushed with both hands, and a huge circular shield appeared. The shield contained terrifying deity force with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. It was incomparably powerful. This was the origin-breaking shield. According to legend, it was formed from an unformed universe. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling's sword slashed down, the shield suddenly swayed. Afterward, the killing illusion affected that universe giant. Not good. This universe giant god anxiously roared. Bang! However, the next sword strike cut through the shield and split this giant god of the universe into two. Boundless divine essence poured out like the universe. The prairie was also slashed open, and the world was in turmoil. What a terrifying sword. Countless gods trembled. Even a universe giant was killed with a single sword? And the dozen or so universe giant gods retreated one after another, their expressions changing drastically. On the third level of the Sun God Palace, because Lin Ling did not follow the rules, they were not convinced. They planned to kill Lin Ling after the palace disappeared. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It would not be easy to kill him. Although the giant universe god that was killed was the weakest, they had a feeling that this youth had not used his full strength. Hand over the treasure and accept your death. Lin Ling landed on the ground and waved his sword, as if he was doing the most ordinary thing. After all, when Han Shua was an early-stage high god, there were few high gods who could match him. Now that he was a mid-stage high god, his 8 dantians had been greatly strengthened. Other than those heaven-defying Dao children, there was no high god who could stop him. You're the one who harmed us. Hand over your life. However, at this moment, dark clouds rolled in from afar. A sun and a moon were approaching. The prairie burned, and the other side froze. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Looking carefully, 2 chariots were galloping between the sun and moon. 2 old men stood on each chariot. They were majestic like the sun god and the moon god. The sun-moon god is here. When they saw the two of them, the spirits of all the gods shook, and smiles appeared at the corners of their mouths. The sun-moon god was extremely famous on the first level of the Tao Pagoda. Although they were universe giant gods, they were much stronger than ordinary universe giant gods. All the universe giant gods treated the sun-moon god as if they were seniors. Everyone knew very well why the sun-moon god and the others had come. Last night, Lin Ling had actually ambushed the sun-moon god and the others, tricking them. If it were anyone else, they would be in a bad mood. Not to mention that the other party was the sun-moon god. That's great. They managed to escape last night. Some of the universe giant gods clenched their fists in excitement. Senior sun-moon god, the person who sneak attacked you is here. There were even people who pointed at Lin Ling and shouted happily. Brat, I told you you're dead. Look, the sun-moon god and the others are still alive. This means that the heavens want you dead. Ha 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 ha. Following that, many gods looked at Lin Ling, taking pleasure in his misfortune and sneering. How pitiful. You escaped last night and should have stayed far away. Now you're here to settle the score with me. Aren't you courting death? Lin Ling also looked at the sun-moon god and shook his head sympathetically. Brat, do you still remember what happened last night? At the same time, the sun-moon god and the others saw Lin Ling and smiled ferociously. I remember. The two of you ran away like stray dogs. Lin Ling nodded. Haha, you still dare to be arrogant. The two sun-moon gods were not angry. Instead, they smiled even more ferociously. You should repent for your actions last night, for the rest of your life. We said that if we're still alive, we'll definitely come for revenge. Now what do you have to say? They were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, as if they were looking down on Lin Ling. I have nothing to say. If there's anything, it's because you blocked Lin Ling's path of survival. You deserve to die. Lin Ling sneered. His arrogant words made the sun-moon god and sun-moon god, who were not angry at all, finally angry. They thought that after seeing Lin Ling again, Lin Ling would regret, be afraid, and even beg for mercy. However, Lin Ling said everything was right and proper. It was as if they deserved to die for blocking his path of survival. Shameless boasting. Die, you bastard. They couldn't hold back their killing intent. They exploded with their techniques and attacked Lin Ling. Their divine power was indeed terrifying. It had reached more than 20 billion. When the two of them joined forces, it was close to 50 billion. Even a giant god of the universe would not be able to face such godly power, let alone Lin Ling. I'll use you guys to test my 3 extreme universe break. Facing such strong opponents, Lin Ling also knew that he could not win with his own strength. He activated his newly comprehended trump card, forming 3 large cosmic rays that shot out in a grandiose manner. This was the Jieyuan break of the 3,000 great universes. It sealed off heaven and earth and everything. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. At this moment, the sun-moon god was still riding the war chariot and attacking Lin Ling. However, suddenly, a terrifying sense of danger came, causing their souls to tremble violently. It was as if they were about to collapse. The Jieyuan break was obviously much more terrifying than the demon subduing break. Before the attack even reached them, the power of the Mahayana Buddhist technique was already enough to cause their souls to collapse. Run! Although the sun-moon god did not know what was going on, he wanted to retreat. He drove the war chariot and fled frantically. Unfortunately, it was too late. They had just turned around when the cosmic rays sealed them and froze them in the sky, motionless. The divine power that was attacking Lin Ling seemed to have lost its target because of the death of the sun-moon god. It exploded in all directions, causing a large number of gods to die. Chapter 49-21. The prairie was terrifyingly silent. Everyone was staring at the 2 war chariots on the ground. Over there, the sun god fire was burning, and the coldness of the moon was freezing the space. However, the masters of the war chariots were already dead. Moreover, they had died in a single blow, without knowing why. One had to know that these were 2 giant universe gods, and they were even 2 unusual giant universe gods. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. Fellow Taoist, I won't participate in this matter. The silence lasted for a moment until Lin Ling calmly looked at everyone. Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a low voice. Lin Ling only looked at him calmly without saying a word, but his eyes were as though he was looking at a dead object. Moreover, Lin Ling's body began to quietly grow, and he eventually turned into a towering giant. A fist smashed down from the sky, mixed with unparalleled power. "You!" That giant universe god's eyes widened. He had already decided not to participate in this matter. But the other party still wanted to kill him? Boom! Even though this giant universe god had erupted with powerful godly power, and even God's steps, this giant universe god was immediately reduced to ashes after the fist landed. Another giant universe god had died. Most importantly, he was killed in an instant without being able to resist. "Fellow Taoist, you are too arrogant," the remaining giant universe gods said angrily. Although they were in awe of Lin Ling's strength, it was Lin Ling who provoked them first. Moreover, they had already taken a step back and no longer cared about this matter. "I was originally arrogant." Lin Ling looked down at everyone. After stepping into the mid-stage high god realm, Panga's attack made him feel as though he could break through the universe. He stared at the giant universe gods with eyes full of disdain, saying that I won't participate in this matter, and then not caring about it? This was not taking Lin Ling seriously at all. Boom! Lin Ling punched out again, and with a hualala sound, another powerful universe giant god was killed. Next he stomped out. It seemed huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. This stomp was like the leg of a giant. Beneath the soles of his feet, a giant cosmos god supported the heavens with both hands, and used all his strength to resist. However, 13 incense burners appeared beneath his feet, forming smoke that actually blocked Lin Ling's foot. Of course, this was just barely blocking it, because Lin Ling's foot was still stomping down, but the speed had slowed down by a bit. "You have some skills. You can be considered one of the stronger giant gods of the universe." Lin Ling looked down at the giant universe god and said indifferently, "Fellow Taoist, spare me, spare me." However, Lin Ling's praise didn't make the giant universe god happy at all. Instead, he became more and more flustered. Because when he looked up, it was as if he saw a mountain crashing down on him. Most importantly, he wouldn't be able to resist this power for long. "Spare my life. When you wanted to kill me previously, you didn't say anything about sparing my life. Besides, do you think that the giant gods of the universe are so great? You're just king level. It's not like I haven't killed one before. I've already killed giant gods of the universe who are stronger than you." Lin Ling said coldly. The huge soles of his feet pressed down harder and harder, causing the giant god of the universe god to panic even more. His body continued to tremble, and his face turned pale. This was the scariest thing in life, watching death approach with one's own eyes. Yet there was nothing one could do. "No, no, no, don't." His body gradually bent, and it was obvious that he couldn't resist the huge palm in the sky. The surrounding gods were all trembling, as if they had seen the scariest thing in life. In fact, as gods, they had seen countless life and death situations in their lives. However, to see a giant slowly stomping a giant god of the universe god to death was unforgettable. It was also the first time in their lives that they had seen it. Bang! The voice of the giant god of the universe became weaker and weaker until Lin Ling's foot stomped down and completely crushed him into minced meat. Only an endless powerful brilliance flowed out, but unfortunately, it couldn't hurt Lin Ling at all. "I'll hand over my treasures." The gods stared fixedly at Lin Ling, and then handed over their treasures. Bang! However, Lin Ling still punched out and killed that god. "I've said it before. Even if you hand over your treasures, you'll still die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for wasting too much of my time." Lin Ling said indifferently after killing his opponent. He had killed many gods in his life, but most of them were done with a purpose. This was also the first time he had killed gods on sight. No matter if they were good or bad, he would kill them all. The main reason was that this was the Tao Tower. Bang! Although Lin Ling had transformed into a giant, his speed was still very fast, and he continued to attack. With every punch, a god would die. Even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death, let alone a superior god. Run! The gods couldn't care less. They only wanted to escape immediately. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they saw darkness descending. However, they weren't surprised by this scene. On the first floor of the Dao Tower, there were actually quite a number of violent gods like Lin Ling. In the Dao Tower, if you weren't killed, then you were killed. This was a very cruel law, but it was also a very simple principle. Escape? By the time I finished picking the spirit herbs, it's already too late for you to escape. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his speed was incomparably fast. This was because he had also activated Penga's absolute shock, doubling his speed. How could a superior god's speed be faster than his? Bang 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 bang. In the east, a large number of gods were killed, and treasures were scattered all over the sky. Bang bang bang. In the west, countless gods had fallen. Bang bang bang. In the north, even a giant god of the universe couldn't escape death. I gate divine technique. Burning blood forbidden technique. Many gods activated their life-saving trump cards, only wanting to leave this place immediately. Some of them teleported, and some escaped with the speed of 100 million worlds. Bang bang bang. However, only a few could escape. The main reason was that there were too many gods around, and Lin Ling couldn't take care of them all. Otherwise he would have died all the same, and the surrounding gods gradually fell. In the end, there was no one left in the prairie, only treasures and bloodstains on the ground. There were also gods flying over from afar. After seeing this scene from afar, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Without saying a word, they fled into the distance. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that there must have been a massacre here. They fled so quickly. At this moment, Lin Ling was slowly recovering. His hands and body were covered in blood. Then, he let Lei Gong and the rest collect the treasures on the ground. Haha, we're rich. Lei Gong and the rest were ecstatic. They didn't care about the dead gods at all. First, this was the Dao realm. Second, that group of people wanted to kill them. After Lin Ling recovered, he also helped collect the treasures on the ground. Then, everyone rushed into the distance, collecting many treasures on the way. Chapter 49-22. In the following days, Lin Ling and the others gathered treasures every day and searched for palaces at night. As they gradually familiarized themselves with the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling and the others were like fish in water. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, the strongest were the king-level giant cosmos gods. However, among these giant cosmos gods, there were very few who were as strong as the North Pole Emperor. It seemed that the stronger giant cosmos gods had all gone to the second level. This made Lin Ling and the others look forward to it. The first level already had so many treasures, so what about the second level? Every night, Lin Ling and the others stayed in the palaces, but they did not encounter any palaces with sunstone sculptures. It had to be said that they were lucky to have encountered one last time. On this day, they continued to move forward until a huge city surrounded by walls appeared in front of them. The reason why it was seen as a besieged city was mainly because it was surrounded by magnificent walls. Inside the city, there were no buildings or anything like that. However, there seemed to be no darkness in the city surrounded by walls. The light of the sun was constantly shining there. Big Brother Ling, what a strange place. Yu said in surprise as she stared at the city surrounded by walls from afar. Could it be that this is the only palace that won't be damaged? Lei Gong was also shocked. I think that's the way to the second level. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then said with a smile. You guys forgot that we were protected by divine light when we came here. There's also divine light here, so it must be the way to the second level. That's right. Everyone laughed, and Yue looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, are we going to the second level? Now that we've gathered a lot of treasures and have enough resources for everyone to break through, it's time to go to the second level. After all, the treasures on the second level are probably more valuable than those on the first level. Lin Ling told everyone his idea after a moment of contemplation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, they were considered invincible existences in the first level, and they had collected quite a number of treasures. However, They lacked the foundation of the innate talent of their divine embryos to break through. The first level did not have treasures that could increase the innate talent of their divine embryos. Let's go. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling led everyone forward, approaching the besieged city. At this moment, there were quite a few people heading towards the city, but most of the gods stayed around the city and did not enter as they pleased. After asking around, Saint Guy found out that in order to enter besieged city, each person would need 10 million Dao Realm fragments. Moreover, these were only those who had entered the fortress, not those who had entered the second level. Nowadays, most gods had more universe spirit herbs and fewer Dao Realm fragments. 10 million wasn't a small number. So expensive. Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. During this period of time, they had killed quite a number of gods, and they had obtained quite a number of Dao Realm fragments. However, there were many of them, and all of them added up to a total of 100 million. This didn't include the Dao Realm fragments required to enter the second level from the first level. No wonder so many people are not entering the city. There are also divine lights around the city. Most people are probably here to seek refuge. Yu and the others looked around and said, "That's right. Right now, it's very, very difficult to enter the second level. Only those with heaven-defying strength can ignore them and directly enter the city." One of the gods sighed. Them? Yu was instantly curious. That's right. This city wasn't originally besieged. It was built by a group of powerful gods. They occupied this place, and then collected the Dao Realm fragments. These gods are extremely despicable. However, they are too strong. With so many giant gods of the universe holding down the fort, ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Right now, in the first level, many gods have 10 million Dao Realm fragments, but they don't have enough to enter the city. Seeing that it was Yu's first time here, the surrounding gods explained. They were all unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. When Lin Ling and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. At first they thought it was a rule of the Dao Pagoda. It turned out that a group of gods had occupied a mountain and were sitting there collecting tolls. TSK. How profitable. 10 million per person, and they're not robbing us. Saint Guy said jealously. They are robbing us. Lei Gong said helplessly. An impulse arose in his heart. He wanted to rush into the city and leave immediately. After all, during this period of time, they had swept through and crushed many giant gods of the universe. They had become confident in their hearts. Of course, Lei Gong wasn't too sure about the experts in the city, so he was just thinking about it. Sorry, you want 30 million Dao Realm fragments. At this time, a few gods were kicked out of the door. They were bombarded and flew backward, smashing into the ground. It was extremely embarrassing. After one of the gods stood up, his expression was furious. You guys are raising the price. Didn't we agree on 10 million Dao Realm fragments? Also, why are you attacking us? Another god scolded angrily. Only the god in the middle remained silent, but his eyes were flickering with coldness. This god was an old man dressed in sloppy clothes. He didn't seem to have a high cultivation level, but his aura was extremely mysterious. Lin Ling stared at the old man, and his expression changed. He was extremely surprised. It's him. Yu and the others were also the same. This was because this person was Taoist master of many treasures. No one had expected to meet Taoist master of myriad treasures here. Moreover, Taoist master of myriad treasures wanted to enter the second level, but was kicked out. This guy is so mysterious. I didn't expect his strength to be so good. He's about to enter the second level. Lin Ling smiled, and Lei Gong beside him asked, "Do we need to help?" "Let's wait and see." Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. "I haven't seen this old man for a long time. Let's see how much his strength has improved." While Lin Ling and the others were waiting quietly, the two sides surrounding the city gate were facing each other. They didn't see eye to eye with each other. You guys occupy this place and forcefully collect the toll. That's one thing, but you even dare to raise the price. You guys are bandits, robbers. The god who was kicked out scolded angrily. Instantly, dissatisfied voices came from all around. This was because the gods were already dissatisfied with the gods surrounding the city. "Shut up, all of you." The gods outside the gate shouted sternly when they saw the crowd speaking. One of the gods even flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly attacked. Rumble. Powerful divine power was activated, and the expressions of Taoist master of myriad treasures and the others changed. They flew into a rage. It was one thing to cheat them, and it was one thing to attack them before. But now it was another thing to attack them? They dared to come to the city because they were pretty strong. They had also killed many gods in the Great Prairie. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Dai, a god beside Taoist master of myriad treasures, also attacked. Rumble. The city gate shook, and the expressions of the surrounding gods changed drastically. This was because no one had dared to attack here for many years. Which junior dares to be so arrogant? The rumbling alarmed the gods within the city, and a large number of gods rushed out. The god in the lead rode a dragon and arrived majestically. However, when Lin Ling saw that deity, the expression on his face, which had been waiting to watch a good show, finally changed. Chapter 49-23. A large number of gods walked out of the huge walls, causing the area outside the city to suddenly fall silent. Everyone looked at the few people who walked out with solemn expressions. "That's giant god Pepsi," someone said in a low voice, causing everyone to stare at that god with reverence. As for the so-called giant god Pepsi, he sat on a huge green dragon bound by chains and looked majestic. His eyes were also filled with killing intent as he looked around. Using a dragon as a mount, and it was a dragon god, showed how powerful giant god Pepsi was. "What's going on with the three of you?" Sitting on the dragon, giant god Pepsi said indifferently as he stared at Taoist myriad treasures and the other two. "My lord," a god told him what had happened earlier. "What? You attacked my people just because they didn't want to pay?" Giant god Pepsi narrowed his eyes as 7 types of light emanated from his body like a dense fog. Legend had it that he was an elite of the Nether God tribe and cultivated the 7 emotions of the universe. All the emotions and desires of the world were under his control. Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter such a farce as soon as I arrived. He's probably dissatisfied with having his Tao realm fragment taken away. However, the Tao Tower is extremely cruel. Without strength, only death awaits if you don't hand over your Tao realm fragment. That's right. Handing over your Tao realm fragment is better than being killed. Inside the walls, many people were watching with smiles on their faces. Some of them had already handed over their Tao realm fragments. They had slaughtered countless gods, and had quite a number of Tao realm fragments. Some of them had heaven-defying strength, and were invincible among the giant gods of the universe, so they didn't need to hand over their Tao realm fragments. Therefore, those outside the city who wanted to enter but couldn't hand over their Tao realm fragments naturally watched the show. "It's you who raised the price first and even attacked us," a god beside Taoist myriad treasure said angrily. "Good, you actually dare to talk back." Giant god Pepsi's eyes turned cold. Her face seemed to be constantly changing, with all kinds of colors swirling around it. "Kill them," giant god Pepsi shouted with a wave of his hand. At the city gates, a large number of gods rushed over, erupting with powerful strength and forming a storm. Among these people, even the weakest was a peak higher deity, and there were even quite a few universe giant gods. With such strength, even in the Tao realm, he would be an overlord of a region, an existence that no one would dare to offend. However, in the Tao Tower, they listened to giant god Pepsi. From this, one could see how cruel the Tao Tower was. An expanse of scarlet light gushed out, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, spreading in all directions. Some of the gods who were surrounding the city to watch the show were instantly turned into pus and blood when the scarlet light approached them, and they were sucked into the scarlet light. This scarlet mist was clearly an incomparably powerful thing. High gods who touched it would die. At the same time, divine flowers bloomed on the ground like lotus flowers. After they bloomed, thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The lotus flowers shot out a large number of lightning swords, which majestically shot towards Taoist Duo Bao and the other two. As soon as the lotus divine sword was unleashed, Many gods in the surroundings were implicated and killed. In the Tao Tower, the lives of gods were extremely worthless, so even if they were implicated and killed, no one would stand up for them. Everyone could only hide further away, afraid that they would be implicated. However, there were also many weak gods who rushed out from the city walls to collect the treasures of the dead gods. Laughing excitedly, it was obvious that giant god Pepsi did not only want to kill Taoist duo Bao and the others, but also the surrounding gods to obtain some treasures. It was just that they did not dare to be too obvious. Otherwise, who would dare to come here? The gods who were collecting treasures gained more and more. However, just as one of them was about to pick up the celestial Tao regression immortal on the ground, a foot suddenly stepped on it. Are you courting death? Let go. That god was enraged and raised his head abruptly. These celestial Tao regression immortals belonged to the city walls, and someone actually dared to disturb them. However, when he saw the person in front of him, his heart thumped, and he did not dare to say anything. He left with his tail between his legs, and went elsewhere to collect celestial Tao regression immortals. With just a glance, he could sense the terrifying aura of the person in front of him, which made him shudder. After that person left, Lin Ling picked up the celestial Tao regression immortal on the ground and looked into the distance. Why is the dragon god of the Dragon Valley here? Also, I heard the people around say that giant god Pepsi of the underworld deity tribe. What is this underworld deity tribe? Could it be the ancient god race that the Tao child mentioned? Lei Gong frowned, but his words made Lin Ling nod. Rumble. At this moment, the battle at the gate was incomparably intense. Taoist duo Bao and the other two were extremely powerful and could fight against a giant god of the universe. They actually blocked the attacks of the surrounding gods. It's them, the ancient Slaughter 3 gods. Someone recognized Taoist duo Bao and the others. Although the prairie was vast and boundless, as long as one was a famous god, most people would know about them. After all, if one encountered these gods, one would have to flee or be killed. And the ancient Slaughter 3 gods were one of them. Rumor had it that these 3 gods were extremely powerful, and could even kill a giant god of the universe. In this place where I've surrounded the city, all gods will die. At this moment, giant god Pepsi roared, and pulled at the sky with both hands. 7 rays of light appeared, and they were joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. They had absorbed the life forms of the universe, and condensed over countless years. These 7 colored rays of light transformed into a huge divine saber, which giant god Pepsi held in his hand. He rode on an azure dragon and pounced toward Taoist duo Bao and the others. The saber ruthlessly slashed out, and it had the power to cut through time and the universe. This saber was a powerful god's stare that could greatly affect the opponent's various powers, including soul power, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, all-encompassing and vast like smoke, originally had such power. Not good, my godly power has been weakened. This saber is estimated to have 20 billion godly power. The 2 gods beside Taoist duo Bao said anxiously. Their strength was at the level of a giant god of the universe. It was just that they usually hid their strength and pretended to be weak to eat the tigers, killing the gods that passed by. But now, they felt that it would be difficult to block that saber. The main reason was that they were confident in blocking that saber's godly power. However, the power of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire had affected their fighting strength. I'll do it. At this moment, Taoist duo Bao stepped forward with a solemn expression. A wine gourd appeared in his hand. The gourd looked ordinary, but when the stopper was opened, a vortex quietly appeared and formed a shield in front of Taoist duo Bao. Rumble. The terrifying saber slashed out, and the prairie seemed to be split apart. However, when it landed on the vortex, the originally ferocious godly power actually turned into water and slowly flowed into the gourd. Chapter 49-24. His joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred, and lust could affect all the states of a god. His godly energy, physical strength, soul strength, and God's steps could even dim treasures. However, this sloppy old man actually blocked his saber strike, and his opponent was merely a late-stage high god. Looks like you're not an ordinary late-stage high god. Giant God Pepsi said solemnly. His hands pulled at the sky again, and as though he was pulling a rainbow, it transformed into a universe blade and slashed out. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, informing the other giant gods to attack together. So powerful. Lin Ling, is that Taoist myriad treasures the world will? Longyang, who had been watching the battle from the other side of the wall, asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. I didn't expect this to be the Taoist myriad treasures world will. But it's also very powerful. It actually melted the powerful blade. No wonder he can fight against a giant god despite being a mere high god. Longyang nodded in understanding. The power of the world's will, if one knew the method to control it, would be able to erupt with a powerful force. This kind of power was not the power of a god, nor was it the steps of a god, nor was it an ancient divine ability. It was the most invincible, the sharpest ancient power. Therefore, it was normal for Taoist myriad treasures to be able to fight against a giant god. Lei Gong attack. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He realized that Taoist myriad treasures' gourd was indeed powerful, but it could only block one attack. This was probably because the world will hadn't grown. Giant God Pepsi was extremely treacherous. After attacking, he got others to help him. Hee, I'll take this treasure of yours. Giant God Pepsi sneered. Taoist myriad treasures had also sensed the sneak attacks, but he could only use his gourd to block Giant God Pepsi's attack. As for his friends, they were pinned down by other gods and couldn't help him at all. Rumble. But at this moment, a terrifying force came. The giant god of myriad treasures, who had attempted to sneak attack him, froze. Then, his body transformed into a pearl the size of a finger and gradually scattered on the ground. Dead. A huge universe god died just like that. The area around the city was completely silent. Who is it? Titan God Pepsi's saber slashed down with enough force to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. However, the force was immediately sucked into the bottle gourd, and he let out a furious roar. Sorry, it's me. An old man stood not far from Taoist myriad treasures, and he walked over slowly. He had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes shone like lightning. It's you. Taoist master of many treasures clearly recognized the other party, and was extremely shocked. Old man, long time no see, Lei Gong said with a faint smile. Back in the Eight Gods' celestial palace, Lei Gong had not been with Lin Ling, so compared to Lin Ling and the others, he was not very familiar with Taoist of many treasures. However, they had met in the void of the 9 continents. You're here too. Then Lin Ling and the others. Taoist master of many treasures fell into deep thought. Then he looked around. He first saw Saint Guy, then treasure god Nanwufenyu Pure Lady Bai, and the others. This made him smile excitedly. These people had fought with him against Tongtian's suppression in the Eight Gods' celestial palace. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had gone through thick and thin together. Then, he saw Yu, young Master Yao, and the others. So many people are here. Haha. I didn't expect to see so many people from the 9 continents in the vast universe. Taoist myriad treasures was inexplicably excited. The 9 continents was so small. The Tao Pagoda was as huge as a mountain. Logically speaking, the gods of the 9 continents were not qualified to enter the Tao Pagoda. However, not only had people from the 9 continents entered the Tao Pagoda, but there were also many of them. Since they were here, it meant that the number 1 god of the 9 continents was here as well. Who are you? At this moment, Titan God Pepsi was shocked. The people in front of him did not have high realms, but they were not weak. Get lost. However, at this moment a sword slashed over. Endless killing illusions resisted the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The sharp sword, mixed with the terrifying power of gods, suddenly descended on Titan God Pepsi's head. This sword was too fast. Most importantly, its power was not weak. It could easily kill a high god. Therefore, Titan God Pepsi clenched his right fist and punched the sky. After resisting the sword, he cautiously retreated. Then, he saw that the person who attacked him was a young man. A young man who seemed to be a mid-stage high god. Who are you? Titan God Pepsi landed on the ground and shouted. This group of people was too strange. Could they be the helpers of the ancient killing three gods? Lin Ling, you really came. Daoist myriad treasures stared at the young man walking over, and the smile on his face deepened. He knew that wherever Yu and the others were, this young man would definitely appear. However, when he saw the young man strolling over, he sighed in his heart. Back in the 9 continents, this young man was a junior who had bought a treasure map from him. Now, however, this young man had become the leader of the 9 continents. Even he felt like he was looking up to him. Moreover, after seeing Lin Ling attack, he knew that today's matter would most likely be resolved. This guy is always in his place. No matter how big the problem is, he can always solve it. He's simply omnipotent. But that's normal. After facing such big problems so often, he's used to it. Daoist myriad treasures smiled. At this moment, everyone, both inside and outside the city, was looking at Lin Ling and the others. They were shocked by the courage of these people. They actually dared to ruin the siege. One had to know that this matter had nothing to do with them. Who are you? Titan God Pepsi asked again. He felt more and more that Lin Ling was mysterious. After all, he also sensed that this group of mysterious gods seemed to be led by this young man. However, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the azure dragon on the ground. The azure dragon was also looking at Lin Ling. Its eyes continued to flicker. And then it became extremely excited. Senior Dragon God, it's you. Lin Ling stopped in front of the azure dragon. With a cold expression, he kept slashing with the sword in his hand. How dare you? What are you doing to my mount? Titan God Pepsi shouted angrily when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to cut the chains on the azure dragon's body. These chains looked ordinary, but in fact, they contained a powerful aura of the underworld that suppressed the power of the underworld. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, Titan God Pepsi pulled at the sky with both hands. A rainbow saber fell from the sky and slashed at Lin Ling. Previously, he only managed to avoid the attack because of Lin Ling's sneak attack. But now, his great universe 7 emotion slash could kill even a giant god of the universe. But this young man was still alive. Get lost. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly became huge. Panga's strike appeared. Heaven and earth slash. Chapter 49-25. The boundless light of 7 emotions spread out, and a terrifying power swept out in all directions. In the midst of that power, giant god Pepsi was dumbstruck. His blade, divine power, divine steps, soul power, and all sorts of treasures were all affected. Even the previous Taoist master of many treasures could only rely on the power of dissolution to dissolve his blade. However, this young man had met force with force and destroyed his blade with a single punch. The entire area around besieged city was completely silent. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that a higher god could actually resist giant god Pepsi. After all, giant god Pepsi was no ordinary god. He was one of the best among the giant gods of the universe. What did he rely on? Giant god Pepsi was still in deep thought. He couldn't believe it, and was also searching for Lin Ling's weakness. The biggest feeling he got from Lin Ling was that he had grown bigger. Could it be his physical strength? However, his saber could even restrain the power of his physical body. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to giant god Pepsi's investigation. He even allowed him to do as he pleased. Instead, his body kept returning to its original state. He looked in front of him and saw that after the azure dragon was freed, it slowly turned into a burly old man. He was the dragon god of Dragon Valley, Lin Ling. The dragon god shouted at Lin Ling, extremely excited. After all, he had already thought that he would be a slave for the rest of his life. He didn't expect that someone in a powerful world like the Tao Pagoda could actually save him. Moreover, it was a junior from the void of the 9 states. If he hadn't seen Lin Ling break giant god Pepsi's blade with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Senior Dragon God, long time no see. Lin Ling sighed as he looked at the old man. He already knew that the destruction of Dragon Valley was the work of the Netherworld. In order to rescue the world while host sealed in Dragon Valley, the Netherworld destroyed Dragon Valley and took away a large number of dragons. Among them, the dragon god was enslaved. All this meant that giant god Pepsi was related to the netherworld. It's been a long time, a long time. The dragon god also nodded with a sigh, but he also knew that now was not the time to sigh. He looked around and knew that trouble was still around. You protect Senior Dragon God, Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. He had also seen that Senior Dragon God was merely an early-stage high god. Although Yu and the others' realms were about the same, they had been in the Dao realm for a long time and possessed many trump cards. After that, Lin Ling looked at giant god Pepsi. He knew that the other party definitely wouldn't let the matter rest, since he had saved the dragon god. At the same time, Daoist Duo Bao and the others walked to Lin Ling's side and looked around solemnly. Daoist master of many treasures, and the others were powerful gods of the Great Prairie. But when faced with such a powerful force that was besieging the city, they had to unite and resist the enemy. After all, the strength of the siege was too terrifying. It's them. I've heard that there's a new force emerging from the prairie. They're very powerful, and they've swept through a region. Many universe giant gods have died in their hands. I've heard of it too. But this new force actually dares to besiege the city and oppose them. The gods in the surroundings started discussing spiritedly. More and more gods walked out from the siege. They all narrowed their eyes and looked indifferently at Lin Ling and the others. Pepsi, young master said that the matter outside the city has been going on for too long. Young master wants you to resolve it immediately. If you can't, we'll help, said a skinny middle-aged man in a fiery red robe among the gods who walked out from the siege. Hoo-woo! Giant god Pepsi glanced at the middle-aged man, but his expression changed when he thought of young master. Then, he stared at Lin Ling, still thinking about Lin Ling's previous moves. However, he still couldn't see through him. It was too strange. Why wasn't he afraid of his 7 emotions great cosmos? Could it be that this person didn't have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? One had to know that his 7 emotions great cosmos not only countered the power of gods, but also the power of the physical body and soul. Even people with the 7 emotions and 6 desires would be affected. He's just a higher deity. That's not right. He grew bigger just now. Could he have used something? He's just a higher deity. No matter if he grows or shrinks, his realm will never change. That slash that destroyed me just now, could it be? Giant god Pepsi's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He realized that he had entered a dead end. His 7 emotions great cosmos was too powerful. Therefore, he assumed that any god would have their strength greatly reduced in the face of this move. However, he had forgotten that the universe had ways to restrain him. Although there were very few in the 7 emotions great cosmos that could restrain him, it wasn't like there weren't any. This meant that the mysterious young man's move just happened to restrain him. Otherwise, how could a mere higher deity destroy his move? Haha, I know. At that thought, giant god Pepsi laughed loudly. His voice interrupted everyone. Previously, everyone had seen giant god Pepsi in a daze. They knew that he had met his match and was having a headache. But now, they knew that giant god Pepsi knew the solution. As expected of giant god Pepsi, Huo Wu and the other gods standing at the gate also smiled. At the same time, 2 more people walked out of the door. The leader was a skinny young man. He wasn't tall and wore a long black robe. His face was pale, and his hands were very, very long, reaching the ground. It was extremely strange. However, his strength was unfathomable. No one could see through him. Beside the young man was a man with chains all over his body. He had a shifty appearance and seemed extremely wretched. Giant god Pepsi, are you not done yet? Young Master Ming is getting more and more unhappy. The man's voice was very sharp and unpleasant to the ears. Waiter, don't worry. I know how to kill him. Giant god Pepsi's body trembled as he hurriedly said. Huo Wu and the others' expressions also changed as they bowed to the young man. Hurry up, hurry up. The man said unhappily. Yes, 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 waiter. Giant god Pepsi nodded hurriedly. What was strange was that the man was actually called waiter. This name was like the name of a waiter in a restaurant. Moreover, he looked even more despicable. In fact, this man was indeed a despicable waiter. However, even if he was a despicable waiter, giant god Pepsi, and the others did not dare to underestimate him. This was because they knew that waiter was young Master Ming's follower. They did not know what young Master Ming was thinking. There were so many followers, but he had to choose a shifty-eyed guy. Lin Ling also looked at the crowd. His gaze fell on young Master Ming, and his eyes flashed. There were so many experts present, but young Master Ming was the only one he could not see through. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. He still had 2 uses of the immortal exterminating sword array. It was his trump card. Kid, you insist on helping them, right? Your good luck has come to an end. I've seen through your tricks. Chapter 49-26. His was Panga's strike, the most ancient ability left behind by Pangu. He really didn't know that such an ancient ability could be seen through. However, it was hard to say. After all, the universe was vast and boundless. Anything was possible. It's simple. I've seen through your technique. Take this. Giant God Pepsi roared and turned into a giant as well. Then, a terrifying divine power fell from the sky like a meteor. How terrifying. Many gods felt chills run down their spines and retreated far away. The divine power in Seven's punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something they could withstand. Huo Wu, little fool, and the others smiled faintly. As for young Master Ming, his eyes were full of disdain, but he nodded slightly. Previously, you destroyed my saber strike, because you happened to restrain my 7 emotions great cosmos. Now, I will only use the purest divine power to kill you. Brute force can overcome everything. A domineering voice fell from the sky at the same time. Many people's eyes narrowed. Yes, they had missed this point. No matter how mysterious that young man was, he was only a higher god. Wouldn't he be killed by divine power? Seven had used the 7 emotions universe to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife, which was a thankless task. As expected of Seven, his reaction is fast. Someone said solemnly. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as well. He thought that Seven had seen through his technique. So this was it. What was this? Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. He punched the sky. It looked like a simple punch, but it was actually Panga's split the heavens. Lin Ling didn't know if there was any way to counter Panga's strike, but it was impossible to defeat him with the power of a god. Rumble. Lin Ling's body continued to expand, and so did his fist. In the end, his fist collided heavily with Giant God Pepsi. Boom. With a loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's arm was broken. Then Lin Ling's left fist punched out again. With another loud bang, Giant God Pepsi's head was blasted apart. Swoosh. Endless blood rained down like a river, and then a giant collapsed. Boom. When the rumbling sound rang out, the city was shaken. Everyone was silent. Young Master Ming and the others narrowed their eyes. Killed with 2 punches? Didn't Giant God Pepsi see through the young man's tricks? Was this what it meant to see through the opponent's tricks? Lin Ling ignored everyone's surprise and returned to his usual size. His eyes calmly looked at everyone. How could this be? He killed a universe giant god with just 2 punches? What kind of technique is this? Sometimes it becomes bigger, sometimes it becomes smaller. How ironic. I almost believed that Giant God Pepsi really knew how to counter it. Sounds of discussion could be heard from all around. Many people were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. They were happy that more and more experts were dying. Lin Ling. As for Lei Gong and the rest, they all looked at Lin Ling. They knew that this matter was not over yet. Besieged city. To be able to sit on the first level and collect tolls. His strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. And now, although Giant God Pepsi was dead, a few more people walked out from the besieged city. Huo Wu. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said. Huo Wu frowned. His strength was comparable to Giant God Pepsi's. If Giant God Pepsi died, then his fate would be the same. You have to kill him. Young Master Ming said once more. Don't worry, young master. Huo Wu knew that he had no other choice. He walked out step by step and looked at Lin Ling. His mind was also recalling the scene from before. It was too strange. What kind of technique did this young man use? Moreover, it was so powerful. Why had he never heard of his name in the Dao Tower? Young master, this person is quite powerful. The waiter said to young Master Ming. Only he dared to speak to young Master Ming so casually. A little. Young Master Ming smiled and nodded. Because I can't see through this technique. Hee, don't worry. Huowu will definitely find a way. The waiter said flatteringly. At this moment, Huowu's eyes were still flickering. He was still searching for Lin Ling's weakness. This was because he knew how powerful giant god Pepsi's 7 emotions great cosmos was. This made him immediately reject many mystiques. Could it be that his attacks are powerful, but his defenses are weak? Yes, anything is possible. Huowu's eyes suddenly lit up. He then attacked. His body trembled, and his external incarnation transformed into 9,000 doppelgangers. Each doppelganger had 99% of his strength, and they suddenly exploded, turning into countless red centipedes. Huowu, when the universe first formed, was a living being hidden under a huge great law. He listened to the law every day and obtained the Tao from it. His origin was incomparably powerful. After obtaining the Tao, he had killed countless gods in the ancient era. Later, he had incurred the wrath of the giant god, who had attacked him. However, it was said that Huowu had escaped, and his whereabouts were unknown. Now that he had resurfaced, it was unknown if he had experienced the tribulation of the world will, or if he was a reincarnation. Perhaps he was the same as Lei Gong and the others, a remnant of the world will's tribulation. I've seen through you. Your attack methods are very powerful. You must have borrowed the strength of your opponent and reflected it back. However, I don't believe your defense is that powerful. Countless red centipedes shot towards Lin Ling. They filled the sky, taking the initiative to attack. In Huowu's opinion, he only needed to be on guard against Lin Ling's attacks. Lin Ling frowned and shook his head again. Another self-righteous person. His fists were like a storm as he punched out. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was broken, and countless Huowu were smashed into meat paste. However, even more Huowu shot towards Lin Ling, crawling all over Lin Ling's body. Haha, I've caught you. A loud laugh was heard. He succeeded. Many gods' eyes lit up as they licked their lips. They did not believe that there was such a heaven-defying method that could destroy the giant god of the universe with one punch. Therefore, there must be a flaw. And the greatest flaw was probably his defense. Have you had enough? I thought the people besieging the city were some kind of experts. In the end, are they all trash like you who only knows how to play games? But at this moment, Lin Ling roared angrily. His body shook, and all the centipedes fell to the ground. Lin Ling's legs stomped down like meteors. With each stomp, an avatar exploded. How is this possible? You are not afraid of my godly power? Moreover, you are not afraid of my poison? Huowu's shocked voice came from the ground. He thought he had seen through Lin Ling's method, but who knew that he did not see through it at all? He had been constantly attacking Lin Ling, but there was no effect at all. Bang! Just as his voice fell, a foot came and stomped the Huowu into pieces. No, he only let out a single sound before he was deader than dead. I really admire your courage. Who gave it to you? Liang Jingru? Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against the self-righteousness of these giant gods of the universe. Dead, even Huowu is dead. All the gods were frozen on the spot. The second one. Chapter 49-27. In the ancient fortress, everyone stared at Little Fool, their faces extremely solemn. This little fool was thin and had a sharp tongue. They could not understand how this person could become the follower of the fortress's owner. However, in terms of status, this little fool was obviously higher than giant god Pepsi and the others. This person is a little familiar. At this moment, young Master Ming stood with his hands behind his back, staring indifferently at Lin Ling. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to have seen him somewhere before. However, since he came out of the underworld and immediately went to the Tao Pagoda, he had not seen anyone, so he should not be familiar. Kid, you have some ability. You have a power that even I can't see through. Tell me, where did you get it from? If you can satisfy me, perhaps I can spare your life. I can even recommend you to young Master Ming and let you become a god above gods. Little Fool looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to have a lowly status, his words and eyes were full of arrogance. Lin Ling was silent as he sized up Little Fool. He realized that little fool had the strength of a giant god of the universe. But there was a mysterious power in his body that seemed to be beyond the steps of gods. This power seemed to be the power of yin and yang. Don't dare to speak? Let me tell you, young Master Ming has his eyes on you. Whether you beg for mercy or not, today's matter must be settled. Little fool laughed again. He looked at the people beside Lin Ling again. You people have some strength, but only barely enough to enter my eyes. Fine, I'll let you see my power. After Little Fool finished speaking, he did not move, but he floated up. Suddenly, a huge black city appeared behind him. This city stretched for hundreds of miles. It was grand and ancient, like a mountain range lying in front of them. It flickered with a cold Yu's metallic luster in gloomy cold air. It was as if it was connected to the underworld. It possessed an ancient imprint, and its powerful aura made it hard for people to breathe. Moreover, on the outside of the ancient city, one could faintly see streaks of souls entering and leaving. It was extremely strange. However, those souls gave off a very powerful feeling, because these were not the souls of mortals, but the souls of gods. This was an ancient city that imprisoned the fate of the gods. The child stood in front of the ancient city. He originally had a shifty-eyed appearance, but now, he quietly became stalwart. And below the ancient city Lin Ling looked up. Compared to the majestic ancient city, he was undoubtedly extremely small and insignificant. What a terrifying power. Is this little fool really a little fool? Even a follower is so powerful. Wouldn't young Master Ming, the owner of the fortress, be even more terrifying? They are from the underworld god tribe. I heard that this tribe came from the underworld. The gods surrounding the city were all trembling. They now knew how powerful Little Fool was. This is the ancient city of Yin Yang. Young noble Ming gave me 3 million god souls as a reward, and now they all obey my orders. At this time, Little Fool said contemptuously, not to mention a small god like you. Even the real primordial giant god is a prisoner in my eyes. Bring it on. At this moment Lin Ling finally spoke. His expression was as calm as ever. He sensed that the effect of Panga's attack was continuing to weaken. It seemed that he had to use another trump card. However, what made him feel troublesome was that there was an even stronger young noble Ming eyeing him covetously. Young noble Ming. This was what Lin Ling cared about the most. Hee. I'll let you see the methods of the underworld. Little Fool sneered and was about to attack. Our underworld may seem like a land of reincarnation, but in fact, it is extremely rich. You are in the Tao realm, and we don't need the treasures that the Tao Pagoda seeks. This time we came for the Tao Pagoda. So, do you think that an ant like you can resist us? After Little Fool finished speaking arrogantly, he opened the ancient city of Yin Yang with both hands. The gate of the ancient city slowly rose, and rings of underworld energy surged out. It was incomparably terrifying, as if the underworld had been opened. Then from the pitch-black metal gate, figures rushed out one after another. These people were actually gods, and they were all giant gods of the universe. What? Under the siege, the gods gasped. So many giant gods of the universe? And the giant gods of the universe that rushed out all pounced on Lin Ling, forming a powerful black mist that seemed to want to bring Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin Yang. Lin Ling wanted to dodge, but there were too many of them. He punched out and only killed one giant god of the universe. However, the destroyed giant god of the universe recovered once again. Like a ghost head, it curled around Lin Ling, stuck to Lin Ling's body and disappeared. Behind Lin Ling, pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared. These shadows had great power, and they pulled Lin Ling into the ancient city of Yin Yang. The most frightening thing was that these shadows were increasing in number, and the number of giant gods of the universe that rushed out of the ancient city of Yin Yang was innumerable. 3 million. This was a total of 3 million giant gods of the universe. Although these giant gods of the universe were already dead, they were, after all, once the kings of gods, so they still preserved a lot of their strength. Lin Ling felt that Panga would find it difficult to resist, because these shadows were not the power of gods. Panga could not resist them. His body was being pulled step by step toward the ancient city of Yin Yang. He did not know what would happen after entering the ancient city of Yin Yang. but he had a feeling that everything would be troublesome once he entered. Because this was equivalent to entering someone else's universe, he would have to bear the great laws, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Ling. On the ground, the dragon god shouted worriedly and wanted to help. Don't move. However, Lei Gong stopped them. He stared at the gate and said, if we help after we take action, all the gods surrounding the city will also take action. Among them, the most frightening is that young Master Ming. If he joins forces with Little Fool to fight against Lin Ling will have a hard time resisting. Lei Gong was the strongest among them, so he had a rough idea of young Master Ming's strength. Everyone nodded, but their eyes were full of anxiety and worry. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling roared and suddenly became a giant. His feet were as big as Yinyang Ancient City. A moment ago, he was as small as an ant compared to Yinyang Ancient City, but now, Yinyang Ancient City was as small as an ant. Extremely small. Haha, what's the use? However, Little Fool was not worried at all. He said disdainfully and arrogantly. The truth was indeed so. Even though Lin Ling had become bigger, his strength was actually the same. The only difference was that after becoming bigger, the range of his attack had increased. He was still being pulled slowly toward Yinyang Ancient City. Although the speed was slow, he would be pulled into the ancient city sooner or later. Rumble. However, at this moment the sky changed. Rolling darkness came like a tide. Darkness descended. Chapter 49-28. But this time, the ancient coffin was clearly different. It seemed to have paused in the sky, giving people the feeling that it was staring at the battle over here. Is it an illusion? Many gods frowned. They had been here for many years, and had seen the ancient coffin countless times. But this was the first time they saw it pausing. It was extremely strange. An ancient coffin? Young Master Ming also looked up at the sky, his eyes flashing. He came from the netherworld, which was rich and had no shortage of treasures for cultivation. So he came here for the entire Dao Pagoda, and the ancient treasures in it. For example, he knew that the ancient coffin in the sky was a treasure of great importance. And he guessed that the ancient coffin was the finger of a supreme being of the universe. Just a finger was so terrifying. This showed how powerful the supreme being of the universe was. However, the ancient coffin also disappeared quickly. The ground turned dark, and the demons became restless. Their eyes wandered around the surroundings. Fortunately, the gods were only hiding under the siege. There was a divine light shining here, so they were not attacked by the demons. Let's go. Lei Gong and the others also rushed to the edge of the siege. They were close to the siege, and were illuminated by the divine light. Then, everyone looked outside the siege gate, where the battle between Lin Ling and Little Fool was still going on. The scary thing was that Little Fool was smiling, and turning a blind eye to the demons around him. In fact, every time a demon pounced on Little Fool, the giant god of the universe in the ancient city would help him block the calamity. It turned out that it was not that he was not afraid, but that the giant god of the universe was blocking the calamity. Looking at Lin Ling, he was unlucky. Not only was the giant god of the universe pulling him toward the ancient Yin-Yang god, but there were also many demons attacking and tearing him apart. Because Lin Ling was too big, he naturally became a thorn in their side. And this was because the dark divine hound did not appear. Otherwise, Lin Ling would probably be dead. Lin Ling, quickly hide in here. Under the siege, Yu Yu and the others were anxiously shouting, incomparably worried. At this moment, Lin Ling also knew that things were a little troublesome. In addition, the Panga's attack power had weakened again. It's about time. Lin Ling knew that it was time to make a move. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity. Earlier, he seemed to be resisting. Yet he was actually secretly observing young Master Ming with the intention of evaluating the outcome of this battle. However, the more he looked, the more unfathomable he found young Master Ming to be. This was because young Master Ming was at the peak of the higher deity level. But the feeling he gave was even more terrifying than the giant god of the universe. Perhaps, only experts like Emperor Yao would be able to resist it. Get lost. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and roared. His huge body shook, and the shadows around him were scattered. Then he pounced again. However, Lin Ling was also rapidly shrinking, avoiding a large number of shadows. He charged at Xiao Air at full speed. 3 extreme universe breaks were simultaneously activated. 3 huge cosmic rays descended formless and colorless, sealing Little Fool from every corner. As for Little Fool, Lin Ling was 100% confident that he could kill him. He was just wary of Little Fool's other tricks. After all, this second-hand player was very strange. Who knew if he had any other trump cards? Therefore, he was just fooling Little Fool. Sure enough, Little Fool did not expect Lin Ling to be able to escape, and suddenly activated a powerful technique. Not good. Little Fool shouted. He realized that his soul had been sealed, and there was no way to escape. What terrified him the most was that the power that sealed his soul was extremely terrifying. It was divided into 3 layers, each layer sealing his soul. He had a feeling that he might not be able to block even 1 layer, let alone 3. Yin-yang godly earth. Little Fool roared. On his body, the ancient netherworld land appeared and floated around him, trying to block the cosmic rays for him. However, Lin Ling had already rushed in front of Little Fool. He was also shocked by Little Fool's technique. This guy could actually resist it. He could clearly sense that the ancient netherworld land had a large number of souls. The only weakness of the 3 extreme universe breaks was that it could be consumed by the souls until its effect became 0. During the War of the Gods in the Fog Sea, the North Pole Emperor had relied on countless god emperors to block this calamity. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to break those souls and let the 3 extreme universe breaks continue. Boom! The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out. The netherworld godly earth was shaking. What Little Fool? You keep pretending in front of me, Lin Ling. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, I didn't say anything before, because I wanted to see how laughable a clown like you is. Do you think Lin Ling cares about a giant of the universe like you? Lin Ling's sword slashed out continuously, destroying the netherworld godly earth. Little Fool's expression changed drastically, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had thought that Lin Ling's silence was because he felt inferior and had no power to resist. It turned out that it was not the case. It was because Lin Ling did not care to speak at all. You said that my people are ants. You don't know their origins at all. They want to kill you in an instant in the future. This is just a backhanded move. I don't know where your confidence comes from. Just because you came from the netherworld, you think you can look down on everyone? The more Lin Ling fought, the crazier he became. His sword slashed countless souls. As a result, out of the 3 great cosmic rays, only one of them was consumed. There were still 2 more. Such a sudden turn of events caused the mouths of the countless gods under the siege to fall open. The young man who had just experienced a life and death crisis turned the tables and suppressed Little Fool crazily in the next moment. Little Fool's strength was obvious to all. They had never thought that the young man would have such strength to suppress him crazily. You're courting death. At this moment, young Master Ming's eyes turned cold. He stepped out and wanted to help. Roar. But at this moment, a deafening roar came, followed by darkness. It pounced on young Master Ming and brought him far away. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. Everyone was shocked. That seems to be the Dark Divine Hound. Someone muttered to himself, his voice trembling. He was targeted by the Dark Divine Hound as soon as he came out. The other gods all reacted. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been wary of young Master Ming. Now he had the Dark Divine Hound to help him. The Dark Divine Hound was probably targeting the strongest person here. Otherwise, it would not have pounced on young Master Ming, but on Lin Ling. In addition, at the critical moment, young Master Ming had left the siege. Oh no! At this moment Little Fool's face was pale. He was not as arrogant as before. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Now his life was in danger. Who are you? He could not help but stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He did not bother to say more. The great cosmic ray shot out and froze Little Fool's soul. Then he fell from the sky. Dead. On the surface, Little Fool looked fine, but his soul had completely disappeared. Chapter 49-29. Under the siege, countless gods stared at the torn little fool. Their eyes flickered, as if they still couldn't accept this result. Little fool had used Yang ancient city a moment ago. Countless people could only look up to it and tremble in fear. But now little fool was torn apart. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned and stared at Lin Ling. Although they didn't think Lin Ling killed little fool, it definitely had something to do with Lin Ling. After all, if not for Lin Ling's suppression, little fool wouldn't have been distracted and torn apart. Unfortunately, no one knew that little fool was actually dead before he was torn apart. This god is too strong. Previously they killed many gods in the prairie. I knew they were strong, but I didn't expect them to be this strong. Next, people whispered and quietly distanced themselves from Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others ignored them. Lei Gong and the others looked at Lin Ling with a smile. During this period, they had swept through the prairie, so everyone had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. But they didn't expect that someone as strong as little fool would be killed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't surprised that little fool was killed. He looked into the distance. Darkness has descended. If not for that, we might not have been able to survive this great calamity. All this time, he was most worried about young Master Ming. But now, it seemed that young Master Ming had been killed by the Dark Divine Hound. Let's go into the second level, Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the others. How dare you? At this moment, there were still many gods guarding the gate. When they saw Lin Ling walking along the wall, they immediately looked like they were facing a great enemy. Lin Ling sneered and didn't attack. Instead, he said loudly, "This place wasn't besieged. It was you who occupied the mountain and stole the toll. Now your boss is dead. How dare you stop us?" Then, he looked at the gods around him and said, "Now only these small fries are left. What right do they have to stop us? We only need to reach the second level from here. And we only need to spend 10 million Dao Realm fragments." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the eyes of many gods flashed. For a long time, Besieging City had been forcing people to buy and sell, and they had long been unable to stand it. However, Besieging City was so powerful that they did not dare to voice their anger. But now, most of the strongest giant universe gods who had besieged the city were dead. What else did they have to fear? That's right. Whoever dares to block our way will be killed without mercy, an old man said in a cold voice. Kill without mercy? The other gods also shouted angrily. Although they weren't as fearful as before, they were still in awe of the Nether God tribe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just killed them without mercy. He would have killed his way in. Lin Ling's eyes flashed imperceptibly. He knew what everyone was worried about. It seemed like this underworld god tribe was indeed extraordinary. Then, without waiting for him to speak, the surrounding gods strode through the door. Scram! They walked along the wall, not daring to walk out of the divine light. They shouted angrily as they walked. The gods below the door looked gloomy. After exchanging glances, none of them dared to stop the crowd. Lin Ling followed the crowd and stepped into Besieging City. Within Besieging City, there were 3 ancient black mountains. The mountains weren't very tall, but they had their own characteristics. After all, mountains were extremely rare in the Great Prairie. These 3 black mountains were probably the path to the second level. Over there. Someone pointed at the 3 black mountains. There was a divine light shining down from the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, exactly the same as the divine light that entered the Dao Pagoda. I'll go first. A god flew over and took out his Dao celestial seat. Sure enough, his whole body started to turn into fine powder the size of a grain of rice. Then, under the illumination of the divine light, he gradually disappeared. He left. All the gods were delighted. Next, they fought to be the first to enter the divine light. Stop fighting. Let them come. Suddenly a voice was heard. Several giant universe gods looked at Lin Ling and the others and said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they understood and hurriedly made way. They all knew that if it weren't for Lin Ling and the others, they wouldn't be qualified to enter the second level. Therefore, they let Lin Ling and the others enter first. This was also their way of expressing their gratitude to Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and the others didn't hesitate and strode toward the divine light. However, at this moment a roar suddenly sounded. Then the besieging city collapsed. A pitch-black giant broke through the walls and walked in step by step. "Do you all think I'm dead?" As the voice came out, a storm swept across, and the vast besieging city collapsed. Some of the weaker gods were even blown away by a gust of netherworld wind and fell to the ground with a thud. Could it be that he's young Master Ming? Someone shouted, his voice trembling. Impossible. Everyone's expression was full of disbelief. Previously, they had seen with their own eyes that young Master Ming was taken away by the Dark Divine Hound. Escaping from the mouth of the Dark Divine Hound, this was unheard of. Young Master Ming. However, at this moment, all the gods in the besieging city bowed to young Master Ming. This also proved that this pitch-black giant was young Master Ming. Of course, what shocked everyone was that young Master Ming had actually survived from the Dark Divine Hound. Bang! At this moment, the giant swung his arm. Then, like a dense fog, darkness covered the ground as if a large amount of ink had been sprinkled. The ink gradually dispersed, and a giant hound as large as a mountain could be vaguely seen. It was the Dark Divine Hound. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination, because they were already very surprised that young Master Ming had escaped from the Dark Divine Hound. But who knew that young Master Ming didn't escape, but killed the Dark Divine Hound? "All of you must die." At this moment, the darkness on the giant's body quietly dispersed, revealing a ferocious face. This face was similar to a human's, but its fangs were very long. Moreover, its arms were hanging straight to the ground, which was extremely strange. Young Master Ming, he's not dead yet. Everyone felt that a great calamity was coming, and their faces were as pale as paper. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others' faces changed drastically, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He couldn't believe it, and then he felt that things were going to be troublesome. This powerful young Master Ming could even kill the Dark Divine Hound, which Lin Ling was confident that he couldn't do. You go into the divine light now." Lin Ling hurriedly transmitted his voice to them. "Brother Ling." Yu and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. "Don't worry, I will find a chance to go in. Go now," Lin Ling said in a low voice, and Yu and the others nodded secretly. "You are very powerful. You killed my servant and broke the rules of the besieging city." Chapter 49:30. Shatter all your bones. Young Master Ming roared. A huge bronze door appeared in his huge palm. It was like a huge knife in his hand. Then he slammed it towards Lin Ling. Gate of the Underworld. Lin Ling immediately recognized the origin of the bronze door. Who is this young Master Ming from the underworld? Why is he using the bronze door as a weapon? Lin Ling had seen the bronze door a few times. However, most of the time, the door was opened and the power of the underworld gushed out. This was the first time he saw a bronze door as a weapon. Rumble. Before the huge bronze door slammed down, the ground exploded. It was as if the universe had descended. The wind of reincarnation blew in all directions. Many gods were blown away. Their bodies were corroded. It felt as if they had entered the biggest reincarnation of the universe. Is this the power of the Great Law? Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that he had encountered an extremely strong opponent. He was even stronger than the Tao Child. This young Master Ming could even fight against Emperor Yao and the others. Immortal Slaying Sword. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling did not hold back. He activated his trump card. A sword slashed down. It was incomparably huge. It was like a flattened universe. It slashed towards the sky. Clang! The sword collided with the huge bronze door. It actually blocked the bronze door. Young Master Ming exclaimed. He was extremely surprised. However, although the immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door, Lin Ling could clearly see that the sword was sinking. It could not block the suppression of the bronze door. Too strong. Immortal slaying sword. Kid, your origin is not simple. It's a pity that the broken immortal slaying sword can block the strongest reincarnation power of the underworld. Young Master Ming exclaimed. He had seen through the origin of Lin Ling's sword. Break! Boom! The bronze door became even bigger. The power of reincarnation burst out and shattered the sword of the immortal slaying sword. The terrifying thing was that this attack did not have the power of the gods. It was comparable to the power of the Great Law. For example, it was like the power of the world's will. So strong. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His speed exploded as he dodged into the distance. At the same time, he glanced at Yu Yu and the others and realized that they were entering one after another. However, it would take some time for all of them to enter. Rumble. The bronze gate smashed into the ground, turning the surrounding area into ruins. A terrifying shockwave not only destroyed the entire city, but also destroyed more than half of the grassland. Even the great grassland was destroyed, and countless monsters were killed. Perhaps, only the two dark god hounds could fight against an existence like young Master Ming. Puff. Although Lin Ling managed to avoid the bronze door's sharp edge, he was still struck by the powerful force and spat out blood. Just as he steadied himself, the huge bronze door swept towards him like a mountain. The bronze door looked huge, but its speed was incomparably fast. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. With a slight movement of his fingers, the immortal slaying sword was unleashed. If he didn't activate it, he wouldn't be able to block this attack and would die here. Clang! A deafening sound was heard. The immortal slaying sword blocked the bronze door again. Of course, it was only a temporary block. It bought less than 3 breaths of time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and rushed towards the divine light. The only thing he could do now was to try his luck and leave the first level before the next wave of attacks arrived. Rumble. However, just as he left the place, there was a roar behind him. Finally, the immortal slaying sword was shattered. Too slow. Lin Ling's pupils quivered. He knew that the next wave of bronze doors would arrive quickly and stop him from entering the divine light. Now he had no more trump cards to use. The only thing he had was the power of the world's will. However, Lin Ling couldn't control this power as he wished. Wait! However, at this moment, a crisp voice came from afar. Although it was just a simple word, it carried an endless amount of Buddha's power. It actually stopped young Master Ming's bronze door from attacking. It's you! At the same time, young Master Ming said in a low voice. You can't kill him. A woman came from afar. She didn't seem to be fast, but in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the bottom of the 3 black mountains. Lin Ling was originally rushing towards the divine light, but now he stopped abruptly. He knew that he couldn't be faster than young Master Ming. Young Master Ming's bronze door probably had the speed of 500 million worlds. He slowly turned to look at the newcomer. He wanted to know who was helping him. However, Lin Ling was also shocked by what he saw. Ning Qingxin. He saw the woman coming from afar. She wore a white robe and looked holy and serene, as if she was the purest eternal Tao. She was Ning Qingxin. Just like before, Ning Qingxin gave people an incomparably pure feeling. It was as if everything in the world had nothing to do with her. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that when did Ning Qingxin become so powerful? Didn't she go into reincarnation? In fact, Ning Qingxin had appeared in the last battle in the Fog Sea. She even fought against Dipankara Buddha and wanted to save Lin Ling. But in the end, she was weaker than Dipankara Buddha, so she couldn't save Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was already unconscious. Naturally, he didn't know that Ning Qingxin had returned. Ning Qingxin, this has nothing to do with you. Young Master Ming suddenly said. He seemed to give Ning Qingxin face. I said you can't kill him. Ning Qingxin stopped in front of Lin Ling and said to young Master Ming. What a joke. He destroyed my siege and killed so many of my people. Can't I kill him? Young Master Ming said coldly. He's the host of the world's will. So, you can't kill him now. Ning Qingxin said after thinking. Hearing this, young Master Ming also looked at Lin Ling in shock. The host of the world's will? He's the host of the world's will? That's right. So, you should know that you can't kill him now. Ning Qingxin nodded. Young Master Ming began to return to his former appearance. He stood there calmly and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally he said, Okay, I won't kill him for now. You can go now. If I change my mind, you won't be able to leave. Thank you. Ning Qingxin didn't say much and nodded slightly. Looking at her, she didn't seem to be afraid of young Master Ming. Then, she turned to Lin Ling and smiled. Brother Lin Ling, Follow me. After saying this, she walked out of the siege. Lin Ling was very suspicious. But after looking at young Master Ming, he finally chose to believe Ning Qingxin and left with her. At this moment outside the siege, it was still a dark world. But after Ning Qingxin walked out of the siege, her whole body emitted a gentle green Buddha's light. This Buddha's light was like a divine light, so the surrounding monsters didn't dare to come close. Chapter 49:31. Ning Qingxin didn't have her current strength back then. Why did Ning Qingxin change so much after entering reincarnation? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly felt that Ning Qingxin was very strange. Brother Lin Ling, Ning Qingxin is still Ning Qingxin. When I entered reincarnation, many things happened, and that's why Ning Qingxin is here today. Yes, Ning Qingxin seemed to have noticed Lin Ling's thoughts. She turned her head and smiled. Her smile was still as pure as before. Oh, Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything, but he still felt strange. Young Master Ming, the master of the Nether God tribe, probably had a powerful background in the underworld. He could kill the giant gods of the universe like cutting vegetables and melons. He was on the same level as Emperor Yao. Such an ancient giant god actually gave face to Ning Qingxin. Moreover, when did Ning Qingxin enter the Dao Pagoda? Was she faster than Lin Ling? With complicated thoughts, Lin Ling had been following Ning Qingxin. The monsters on the prairie were wreaking havoc in the distance, and the dark divine hound was ready to attack. However, because they were afraid of Ning Qingxin's light of Buddha, none of them dared to get close. This was the second time that Lin Ling had seen a god who dared not to be afraid of the monsters of the prairie. The first one was naturally young Master Ming. Well, here it is. Look, the moon tonight is very beautiful. At this time, Ning Qingxin stopped on a hill. The hill had knee-high grass, which was fluttering in the wind. The moonlight fell on the hill, as if a layer of silver-white snow had fallen. It was extremely beautiful. Ning Qingxin stood there, her clothes whiter than snow. Under the moonlight, her delicate body seemed to emit a faint holy light. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and she really looked like an otherworldly fairy. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a smile appeared on his face. Ning Qingxin was not a stunning beauty. Instead, she looked very ordinary, but she had an extremely attractive temperament, as if she was isolated from the world and untainted by a speck of dust. Because of this temperament, Ning Qingxin was more beautiful than many stunning beauties. Brother Lin Ling, why are you looking at me like that? At this moment, Ning Qingxin turned to look at Lin Ling and said shyly. She recalled the time when she was in the Dao realm, when Lin Ling accompanied her for many years. At that time, she grew older every day, but Lin Ling never despised her. He even took her for walks every day and helped her resolve all her worries. Therefore, in Ning Qingxin's heart, Lin Ling was really like her brother. Ning Qingxin, I'm just surprised that you suddenly came back. After all, when I was with you back then, most of the time, it was you who looked old. Lin Ling said with a smile. You're the old one. Ning Qingxin laughed and scolded him. She gradually became familiar with Lin Ling. By the way, when you were taken away by Dipankara Buddha, how did you come back? You know about this too? Lin Ling was surprised. Ning Qingxin nodded with a smile. It looked like a faint smile, but under the moonlight, it was even more beautiful. She said, because that day, I also came to help, but Dipankara Buddha was too strong. I couldn't fight against him, so I could only watch as you were taken away. Fortunately, you're back now. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes widened. You're so powerful that you even want to fight against Dipankara Buddha? He became more and more shocked and asked, why do I feel that your strength has become very strong now? After I sent you to reincarnation last time, what happened to you? Speaking of this, Qingxin really wants to thank you. Ning Qingxin explained. That day my lifespan was exhausted. My divine altar should have collapsed, and I should have disappeared in the universe forever. It was you who protected me with all your strength. You fought against the Bronze Gate and the underworld's great law, giving me the chance to reincarnate and preserving my memories. After entering the underworld, I didn't reincarnate immediately. Instead, I encountered an opportunity that changed my life. Then I came back. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Although Ning Qingxin said it simply, Lin Ling knew that Ning Qingxin must have encountered her own opportunity. To be honest, Ning Qingxin was also the most stubborn and purest person Lin Ling had ever met in the universe. It was not strange that Ning Qingxin could have such an opportunity. But how do you know young Master Ming? Then Lin Ling asked again. Because young Master Ming and I are the same people. We are formed by the universal law. So we are born with a power that makes us extraordinary. Ning Qingxin looked at Lin Ling and said, moreover, there are few people like us. There are many more who are more powerful than me and young Master Ming. A few people? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder young Master Ming was so powerful despite his young age. Are there 9 of you? Lin Ling suddenly asked. How do you know? Ning Qingxin was obviously surprised and stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling suddenly smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. If I'm not wrong, you should be the stars of the universe. Ah! Ning Qingxin wanted to say this, but Lin Ling knew. It seems so. In fact, when you told young Master Ming that I was the host of the world's will, I had this thought, but I wasn't sure. Lin Ling continued to smile bitterly. As for why I know about the stars of the universe, it's because I met one not long ago. He's called Taoist Child. Taoist Child? Ning Qingxin suddenly understood. That guy is the weakest among the stars of the universe. Are the strongest among the stars of the universe comparable to Dipankara Buddha? Lin Ling quickly asked. Ning Qingxin nodded. There are 3 strongest people. Their identities are still a mystery. In fact, when we found out that we were stars of the universe, they had a gathering and knew each other. The 3 strongest people also came, but we couldn't see through their identities, appearances, and origins. Our mission is to kill the host of the world's will. However, to do so, we must eliminate it with all our strength. That's why young Master Ming didn't attack you so easily. He knew that even if he killed you, you could reincarnate and come back again. Big brother Lin Ling. Now we're on opposite sides. However, I believe that although you're the host of the world's will, you don't want to destroy the world. Listening to Ning Qingxin, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He couldn't be sure of everything now. Perhaps in the future, he would have the power to destroy the world. He might really destroy the world, but there was also a possibility that he wouldn't. Let's talk about the future in the future. If there comes a day when you think it's time to kill me, don't hold back. Lin Ling pondered, then looked at Ning Qingxin solemnly. Ning Qingxin's body trembled. She suddenly gritted her teeth and didn't promise Lin Ling anything. Don't worry. When you think I must kill you, I might not be me anymore. Lin Ling said again, finally making Ning Qingxin nod. Lin Ling had a feeling that if a powerful giant god of the universe attacked him, he could control Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to do something he didn't want to do. Chapter 4932. Alright, let's not talk about this. We'll talk about the future in the future. Seeing that Ning Qingxin was a little down, Lin Ling quickly changed the topic. By the way, brother Lin Ling, have you seen the ancient coffin on the first floor? Ning Qingxin looked at the sky and asked. Lin Ling also looked at the sky and found that the moon was very big and bright. Speaking of which, Lin Ling had been hiding in the palace at night since he came to the first floor. This was the first time he saw the moon in the sky. That coffin, I've seen it before. Lin Ling nodded. It's strange. In that coffin, I sensed an aura. This aura is very similar to brother Lin Ling's aura. Ning Qingxin said. Huh? Lin Ling frowned. In fact, when he saw the ancient coffin for the first time, he also had the same feeling. What aura do you think it is? Lin Ling asked quickly. It's hard to say, but brother Lin Ling's aura is different. Why don't brother Lin Ling use some of his skills to test it out? Ning Qingxin suggested. Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. If the ancient coffin in the sky was related to him, he didn't want to miss it. After all, the mystery of the ancient coffin was obvious to all. If there were secrets hidden in it, it wouldn't be weak. Then, Lin Ling used all kinds of skills. First, he used his dantian. But when he saw Ning Qingxin shaking her head, he used his fusion talent. But it still wasn't. Lin Ling had to use his trump card. Although this was his secret, when Lin Ling fought against the bronze door, he had already shown all kinds of trump cards in front of Ning Qingxin. When Lin Ling used Penga's strike, Ning Qingxin's expression changed. She said in surprise, "Brother Lin Ling, this is the aura." Penga's strike. Lin Ling's expression changed as he looked up at the sky. Could it be that the ancient coffin contained something left behind by Pangu? Pangu was the most ancient giant god. If this was true, then Lin Ling would have obtained a great treasure. Ning Qingxin, do you know where the ancient coffin is? Lin Ling looked at Ning Qingxin and said. At this moment, he suddenly wanted to find out more about the secrets of the ancient universe. Well, the ancient coffin only appears when night falls. I'm afraid it's difficult to track it down now. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Hearing this, Lin Ling sighed. Ning Qingxin smiled and comforted him. Big brother Lin Ling, we can wait until tomorrow night. At that time, I'll take you to find her. She knew that Lin Ling was afraid of the monsters at night, so she volunteered to help Lin Ling. I'll have to trouble you. That's not very good. Lin Ling frowned and was a little embarrassed. After all, who knew what dangers there would be in searching for the ancient coffin? Big brother Lin Ling, you're treating me like an outsider. Do you remember when you blocked the bronze gate of the underworld for me? In order to block the bronze gate, you risked your life. What I'm doing now is nothing compared to what you did then. Ning Qingxin shook her head. Seeing how stubborn Ning Qingxin was, Lin Ling could only nod. The two of them talked for a long time on the prairie, then walked toward the besieged city. Lin Ling was a little worried about Yu and the others. However, Ning Qingxin comforted him. Don't worry. Since young Master Ming has promised me, he won't touch your people in the short term. After all, he has to give face to the other stars of the universe. Hearing this, Lin Ling could only nod. When the two of them returned to the besieged city, it was already dawn. The besieged city had been rebuilt overnight. There were many gods in the besieged city, but when they saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin, they frowned but did not stop them. In the end, they allowed Lin Ling and the others to enter. Because it was dawn, gods arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Ling and the others, they were a little shocked. They were curious about who these two people were. They could enter without using a Tao state fragment. Don't be jealous. That young man destroyed the besieged city last night and forced young Master Ming to take action. Later, young Master Ming was only willing to give up when that woman came to help. No way. Destroyed the besieged city. Young Master Ming was not angry? Where did these two people come from? I don't know, but they are extremely powerful. That young man defeated all of young Master Ming's gods. Even Little Fool died in his hands. Only young Master Ming could suppress him. Young Master Ming is even more powerful. I heard that even the Dark Divine Hound was no match for him. We all know how powerful young Master Ming is. However, when that woman came, young Master Ming also gave her face. She is probably not weaker than young Master Ming. Whispers could be heard from all around. Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin ignored them. After entering the besieged city, they found that there were still traces of battle on the ground. However, young Master Ming had disappeared. The gods in the besieged city glanced at Lin Ling and did not stop him. You come here, Lin Ling said to a god. After I left last night, did young Master Ming kill anyone else? The god was extremely dissatisfied. He came from the underworld and had never been so rudely summoned by a god from the outside world. However, thinking of young Master Ming's instructions before leaving, he held back and nodded. Young Master Ming let everyone go. After waiting for a long time, he also entered the second floor of the Dao Pagoda. Hearing this, Lin Ling asked the god to leave. Then, he left the besieged city with Ning Qingxin. He estimated that Yu and the others had all entered the second floor. However, the second floor was definitely more dangerous than the first floor. If Lin Ling did not want to look for the ancient coffin, he would have followed him in. Forget it. Now that their strength has increased greatly, there shouldn't be any danger in the short term on the second floor of the Dao Pagoda. Moreover, they have been under my protection and need to explore on their own. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to their growth. Lin Ling comforted himself. He came to the prairie with Ning Qingxin and collected a lot of treasures. Now, Lin Ling had accumulated treasures for breaking through, but he still did not have any treasures for upgrading the divine embryo. This was also the reason why Lin Ling wanted to go to the second floor. Ning Qingxin was also collecting treasures, but Lin Ling could see that she had accumulated a lot of treasures. What surprised Lin Ling was that Ning Qingxin also had the strength of a superior god, the same realm as Lin Ling. Lin Ling suddenly had a feeling that perhaps if Ning Qingxin really wanted to fight with young Master Ming, young Master Ming would not be Ning Qingxin's opponent. This was the reason why young Master Ming had given up. Unknowingly, night began to fall, and a large number of gods began to dissipate. They stared at Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin, who were waiting quietly in the same place. They were shocked that Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin did not run away. Hee, after coming here, most of the time when we encounter night, we mainly run away. This is the first time we are waiting for night. Lin Ling looked at the sky and said. The sky was dark like a dense fog. Gradually the sun, moon, and stars appeared and everything changed. It's here. At the same time, Ning Qingxin exclaimed and pointed into the distance. Night on the prairie came quickly, and in the blink of an eye, the ancient coffin appeared very quickly. Chapter 49:33. Darkness spread across the sky like a tide. One moment the sun was charming, and the next moment it was like hell. On the prairie, countless gods flew at low altitudes, rushing forward at a terrifying speed in search of the shrine. Two figures were flying toward the sky. In their eyes, a huge ancient coffin was flying toward them at high speed, emitting an ancient aura. Rumble. However, at that moment, a large number of eyes on the ground locked onto the two in the sky. Then, a dark wind whistled and rushed toward the sky. Being in the sky was undoubtedly the most dangerous place, because one would become a thorn in their side. This was also why the gods only dared to fly at low altitudes. Moreover, the demons in the prairie were restless, and actually rushed toward the sky. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular, as if countless divine dogs were tearing the sky apart. The entire prairie seemed to have been overturned. Countless gods fled along the ground, but the demons they encountered decreased. They all looked up and saw the shocking scene in the distant sky. Wow, how bold! A god laughed loudly. Because of the two attracting them, they didn't encounter any demons. Ha ha, interesting. They actually attracted more than half of the prairie's demons. Even more gods slowed down their footsteps, a look of schadenfreude on their faces. In their eyes, more than half of the prairie's demons had indeed gathered. Under the two people's feet, the demons were piled up like locusts. It was terrifying. It could be said that even a powerful giant god of the universe would be torn apart if he fell into a pile of demons. Let's watch the show as we move. With the two people attracting them, many gods knew that they would be safe for the time being. At that moment, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin were flying toward the sky. Beneath their feet and around them, a large number of demons shot toward them. The scene was extremely thrilling. These demons are crazy. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. They're probably trying to protect the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin nodded. The Buddhist light on her body finally bloomed, causing all the demons around her to be hit and fall to the ground. However, there were too many demons. The moment they fell to the ground, they immediately rushed up again. Moreover, because of the large number, Ning Qingxin's Buddhist light also dimmed a little. I can't hold on much longer. Ning Qingxin said seriously. Brother Lin Ling, if we fail and fall into the grassland, I don't think even our bones will be left. What are you afraid of? Aren't we immortal? At worst, we'll just reincarnate. Lin Ling laughed heartily, but his expression was still serious. What he said was only a joke. Although legend had it that they would not die, it was still a legend. If they lost their memories after death, and their strength regressed, Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. There's still a chance. Then, Lin Ling looked into the distance and locked his eyes on the ancient coffin that was flying towards him at high speed. Ning Qingxin instantly understood Lin Ling's intention. He wanted to use the ancient coffin to escape. Amazing. It can actually fight against demons. That's Buddhist light, right? It's useless. There are so many demons. No matter how powerful the Buddha's light is, it can't stop them. On the great plains in the distance, many deities were strolling forward slowly, as if they were witnessing some kind of natural wonder. At this moment, the ancient coffin in the sky flew over quickly. It was very fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin flew higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the ancient coffin. Ning Qingxin, success or failure depends on this. Lin Ling roared and rushed into the sky with all his strength. Behind him, Ning Qingxin did the same. When they got closer and closer to the ancient coffin, they suddenly realized that there were two figures standing on the ancient coffin. They were like ghosts and gods looking down on them. These two people stood on the ancient coffin, as if they had been there for several eras. They were also like the ancient coffin's guardians. One of them was wearing dull bronze armor and holding a bronze heavenly halberd. He looked very simple, but this person was not reserved. His purple hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. The other person wore golden battle clothes that shone resplendently like a blazing sun. His armor was so dazzling that one couldn't open their eyes. He stared at Lin Ling and Ling, his eyes surging with light flames as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Killing intent surged. Mortals are not allowed to approach the sky burial. They said the same thing at the same time. Sky burial? This seemed to be an ancient altar ceremony. But at this moment, Lin Ling could not care less. He reached out his hand. Blasphemy against the sky burial. Kill without mercy. The two mysterious powerhouses shouted at the same time. The battle armor on their bodies shone even more brightly. However, just as they were about to attack Lin Ling, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Then, they retracted their arms and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Finally, they disappeared from the ancient coffin. What happened? Ning Qingxin asked in shock. They probably sensed Panga's aura on me. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed. Bang! He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed the edge of the ancient coffin. His other hand reached out to Ning Qingxin. Quick, catch me. Lin Ling knew very well that if Ning Qingxin fell into the grassland, she would definitely die even if she had the light of Buddha. If not for Ning Qingxin's help earlier, Lin Ling would not have been able to reach the sky. He would have been pulled back to the ground by the demons halfway. After Lin Ling caught the ancient coffin flew away with Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin at a terrifying speed. Wah wah wah! Roar roar roar! At the same time, countless demons below the grassland let out strange roars as they watched Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin leave. Look, those two have caught the ancient coffin. Countless deities also saw Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's actions. They were shocked. This was the first time they had seen someone climb onto an ancient coffin. In fact, it was not that no one had touched the ancient coffin for so many years. However, most of them died in the mouths of the demons on the grassland. This was because no matter how powerful the deities were, they could not find the ancient coffin. Even if they were lucky enough to get close to it, it was said that the ancient coffin would suppress them and force them to fall to the ground. Oh no, you demons! Hurry up and run! At the same time, all the deities' expressions changed drastically. Due to Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin's departure, the demons on the grassland no longer had a target and started to disperse. Then they headed straight for them. Moreover, there were so many demons that it was practically the most they had ever seen in their lives. Hurry up and run! All the deities scattered in all directions, their faces as pale as a sheet of paper. Previously, they had slowed down their advance because they knew that after those two fell onto the grassland, they would attract the demons' attention and hold them back for a very long time. However, they did not expect that those two would successfully climb onto the ancient coffin. At this moment, the ancient coffin shot forward. Lin Ling pulled the ancient coffin with one hand and looked at the grassland. The magnificent scene made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire grassland was filled with demons. They were strolling and galloping, constantly devouring the deities. Meanwhile, the deities fled in all directions, but it was useless. Deities are nothing more than this. Chapter 49-34. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire prairie. In the sky, the ancient coffin was still flying forward. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high. However, judging by the ancient coffin's flight pattern, it seemed to be flying toward the moon. Lin Ling held the edge of the ancient coffin tightly and stared at the prairie. Only then did he realize that the prairie was incomparably grand. It was probably as big as 100 Jojo voids. Along the way, Lin Ling also saw a large number of sacred sun temples. Similarly, the gods in the sacred sun temples also looked at Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin in shock. It was as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. There was a rumor that if anyone could catch up with the ancient coffin, he could reach the bronze Kunlun and obtain the secrets of the universe. An old man mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with envy and even curiosity. How did the two of them get close to the ancient coffin? Brother Lin Ling, the ancient coffin is flying toward the moon. At this moment, Ning Qingxin also saw the ancient coffin's purpose of flying, coming out from the moon and returning to the moon. Lin Ling frowned and said. However, at this moment, he felt a mysterious force appear in front of him. Moreover, this force was very familiar. This force seems to be the power of the sacred sun condor. Finally, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. When he was in the sacred sun temple, Lin Ling and the Taoist child touched the statue together and entered the mysterious universe. They experienced the race of time. Now this feeling arose again. The legendary sacred sun condor? Ning Qingxin had obviously heard of this story before, so she exclaimed, "This is troublesome." Lin Ling nodded. Because in the universe of the sacred sun condor, he didn't reach the end. He only reached 30 million years. Rumble. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Ling's voice fell, everything around them began to distort. It was as if time and space were leaping rapidly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Even if they looked down, the prairie was gone. Below their feet was a vast expanse of whiteness. They couldn't see anything. After waiting for 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 1,000 years and 10,000 years, Lin Ling and Ning Qingxin suddenly felt great pressure. Brother Lin Ling, I know that time is flowing backward. We are flying back to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda. Suddenly, Ning Qingxin let out a cry of surprise. Could it be that they had returned to the beginning of the Tao Pagoda? Or when the first floor of the pagoda? Or when the ancient coffin first came to the pagoda? Thinking of this, Lin's face, Lin Ling, Ning Qingxin. The two of them held on to the ancient coffin tightly. Before they knew it, 30 million years had passed. At this time, Ning Qingxin couldn't hold on any longer. It was as if she was being pulled by time and was about to turn into nothingness. Ling Qingxin Lin, Qingxin Lin Qingxin Qingxin Qing. Qingxin, Ning Lin Ling shouted as he watched Ning Qingxin fall from the sky and disappear into the vast expanse of whiteness. This also made Lin Ling extremely worried, because he didn't know where he would end up after being thrown back in time. But now Lin Ling couldn't care so much. His hands clung to the edge of the ancient coffin, and he lay on the side of the ancient coffin, allowing the ancient coffin to carry him. Time passed crazily, and 50 million years quietly passed. It lasted longer than Lin Ling in the sun statue. Lin Ling sensed that although time was pulling at him, even making him appear illusory, there was a power protecting him from the ancient coffin. Otherwise, he could only hold on for 30 million years at most. Of course, even with the protection of the ancient coffin, Lin Ling still felt that it was difficult to hold on, because the power of time had pulled at his soul, gradually transforming it into nothingness. Finally, Lin Ling was completely unconscious. But before his consciousness disappeared, his hands still clung to the ancient coffin. If he let go, he would undoubtedly die. Like this, the ancient coffin carried Lin Ling and disappeared into the distance. And at this time, beneath the earth, a figure stood under the night sky, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. She worriedly said, "Big brother Lin Ling, you will definitely be fine." She was Ning Qingxin. When she fell from the sky, she leapt through time and returned to the great prairie. But now, she could no longer see the ancient coffin, only the bright moon. This made her realize that Lin Ling had entered time and returned to one of the most ancient eras of the Tao Pagoda. And on the other side, the ancient coffin finally stopped. Lin Ling fell from the ancient coffin and lay on the ground motionless. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he discovered that he was standing on a piece of yellow earth. His surroundings were ancient and dilapidated. Bright moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, but he couldn't see the moon. And this piece of yellow earth wasn't large, only about 30 meters in size. Looking into the distance, he discovered that endless fog was tumbling like a flood. Primordial Qi? Lin Ling frowned. He felt that he seemed to have reached a very high place. Then Lin Ling stood up and looked around. He found a huge ancient coffin lying in front of him. Beside the ancient coffin was a bronze stone tablet with 4 words written on it. Bronze Kunlun. Kunlun? Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling kept blinking. In the ancient myths of Wuxia, Kunlun Mountain was the first sacred mountain, the mountain of ancestors, the birthplace of gods. Even little Kunlun seemed to be related to Kunlun Mountain. Bronze Kunlun? Could it be a part of Kunlun Mountain? Lin Ling guessed and then slowly walked forward. Kunlun Mountain was too mysterious, and Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with it. It was useless to guess too much now. On the contrary, the ancient bronze coffin was right in front of him. If he didn't see what was inside, Lin Ling would have come in vain. Heaven's burial? The 2 mysterious gods mentioned heaven's burial. Could it be that the owner of heaven's burial is buried in this ancient coffin? Lin Ling gradually approached the ancient coffin. What made him feel strange was that he didn't feel any pressure. However, just as he was about to open the ancient bronze coffin, a voice suddenly came from afar. I finally caught up. A mysterious person suddenly appeared in the midst of the primordial Qi. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have chased after the ancient coffin. The appearance of this person undoubtedly shocked Lin Ling. He instantly guessed that this person's strength must be heaven-defying. After all, chasing after the ancient coffin wasn't something an ordinary giant god of the universe could do. Who are you, my friend? At the same time, the mysterious person also saw Lin Ling beside the ancient coffin. He was even more surprised than Lin Ling, because he didn't expect that this ancient coffin would be so difficult to track down. There was actually someone beside the ancient coffin. It's none of your business, Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the other party was here to snatch the ancient coffin. How could he let him have his way? How dare you? And the mysterious person guessed Lin Ling's purpose immediately. He had used all his strength to come here. Seeing the ancient coffin in front of him, he naturally couldn't bear to give the ancient coffin to others. Chapter 49:35. Rumble. As soon as the door was pushed open, a powerful force rushed out. The surrounding fog was like a flood, but it became even more turbulent. The mysterious man was already having a hard time. Now, under the impact of the flood, he could not get close to the yellow soil. Instead, he was pushed further and further away. Fellow Taoist, how dare you ruin my plans? The mysterious man's angry and unwilling voice came from the nebulous primordial chaos, and gradually disappeared into the distance. If not for Lin Ling, the mysterious man would have been able to reach the bronze Kunlun. However, Lin Ling disturbed the nebulous primordial chaos, and forced the mysterious man to leave. In order to find the ancient coffin, the mysterious man had spent countless treasures, and was seriously injured. So, how could he not be angry? That was close. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that the mysterious man's strength was not much weaker than Emperor Yao and the others. This Dao Pagoda is indeed dangerous. The gods I meet are more powerful than the last. Lin Ling's expression was serious. No wonder people said that the Dao Pagoda gathered the strongest gods of this era. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. I hope this ancient coffin can increase my strength again. Then, Lin Ling looked at the ancient coffin excitedly. He saw that the inside of the ancient coffin was filled with fog. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling waited for a moment. He saw the fog gradually disperse, revealing a large number of ancient Sanskrit characters. Moreover, there was a lot of blood in the ancient coffin. Gua. Mu. At the same time, several strange cries came. 3 small animals were lying in the ancient coffin. They were a toad and 2 green and yellow calves. These animals were about the size of a palm, and looked very ordinary. However, When they felt the fog disperse, they all cried out. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly very surprised. He stared at the ancient coffin and found that in addition to the 3 small animals, there was a finger. Moreover, this was a severed finger soaked in blood. A severed finger? Lin Ling was very surprised. He thought that the ancient coffin would have some treasure, but it turned out to be a severed finger. What kind of severed finger is this? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something, and 2 words appeared in his mind. Heaven's burial. Could it be that this was a finger left behind by one of the most ancient gods? Lin Ling had heard a little about the sky burial. It was said that it was an ancient altar ceremony. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. It believed that everything in the world came from the universe. Therefore, after people died, they would return everything to the universe. This was sky burial. Ha ha ha, we can finally leave. At this moment, a human voice came from the ancient coffin. The 3 little animals raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with ferocity. Then, they turned into streams of light and shot out of the ancient coffin. Bang bang bang. 3 loud booms rang out. Behind Lin Ling, 3 gigantic monsters appeared. They were a 2-meter-tall toad, an azure wild ox, and a yellow ox. These 3 monsters were extremely unordinary. Among them, the toad's entire body seemed to be cast from iron. It had pitch-black lumps that were incomparably sturdy. As for the azure wild ox, its horns were sharp and had cloud-like spirals, as if it was hiding the universe. As for the yellow ox, its entire body was covered with golden long hair. It was very dazzling, like a golden wild ox, filled with an ancient feeling of power. After they appeared, they took a deep breath of the surrounding air, as if they had not been here for a long time. More tears appeared in their eyes. What are these? Lin Ling stood beside the ancient coffin, his brows tightly knitted together. For some reason, he sensed an extremely powerful aura from these 3 ancient monsters. Lin Ling even had a feeling that these 3 monsters were even stronger than Emperor Yao and the others. Moreover, they came out of the ancient coffin. Could it be that they were also the ones who chased the coffin, and had chased it for countless years? I didn't expect to be able to come out alive in this life. If I knew that this thing could only be obtained by that lineage, I wouldn't have chased after the coffin that day. Yeah, so many years have passed. I wonder if the people from back then are still alive. I remember, at that time, there was going to be a great war between the world wills. I wonder if the battle has started. After the 3 monsters sighed, they spoke in human language, and the light on their bodies became more and more vigorous. Let me ask you, did the great war between the world wills happen? Suddenly, the toad looked at Lin Ling. From its eyes, a terrifying aura filled the air, causing Lin Ling's 7 dantians to tremble. So strong. Lin Ling's heart trembled fiercely. He was even more certain that the origins of these 3 monsters must be very ancient. Moreover, they were asking about the great war between the world wills? I wonder which great war between the world wills you are talking about. Lin Ling asked. Is there any other time? Why do I remember that the great war between the world wills has never happened before? It's just that according to the rumors, a great war is about to happen, and the era is about to be destroyed. The toad was very surprised. The golden wild ox also spoke in human language. 2 red teeth could be vaguely seen in its mouth. At that time, I heard that the great war between the world wills was about to happen. My Divine Ox clan had been preparing for a long time, but the great war still didn't come. Later, we chased after the coffin, and then were trapped in the coffin. Did the great war happen? I think it should have happened and we missed it. However, there are humans here. I think we won. The big green ox also said. Hearing that, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Could these 3 monsters be from before the Great War, between the world wills of the First Era? At that time, the Great War between the world wills did not happen at all. Speak. At this time, the 3 monsters looked at Lin Ling. The Great War between the world wills that you are talking about actually happened long ago, and it happened twice. The second time was in the Age of Gods. At that time, the universe was destroyed and all the gods were dead. Lin Ling did not hide and said bluntly, so it's not that we won. It's that we lost. It's just that a large number of gods have reincarnated, preparing to guard against the third great calamity of the world wills. What? The three monsters roared in unison. Rumble. The terrifying sound wave almost tore Lin Ling apart. It was too strong. The sound that went out of control for a moment almost obliterated him. Lin Ling. The age of gods. Our ancient era is over? What happened to our clan? Could it be that they are all dead? Impossible, that's impossible. How many years have we been in the ancient coffin? The three monsters seemed to be unable to believe the result in front of them. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them. Instead, he stared at the broken finger in the ancient coffin. He had an ominous feeling. Because he was too weak, these three monsters would not give him face. They might even kill him. As expected, after the three demons sighed, they looked at Lin Ling with ferocious eyes. Who are you? How can you come here? And how can you open the ancient coffin? The yellow ox suddenly said with evil intentions. Chapter 49:36. I don't know about your clan. Lin Ling shook his head. His expression became more serious. He estimated that these three monsters should be from the most ancient clan in the universe, similar to the Yifeng clan and other ancient clans. Then why are you here? The green ox also asked. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He felt a huge pressure, because these three monsters could probably kill Lin Ling with a blow of dust. And these three monsters would definitely not believe an ordinary excuse. Should he tell them that he was also chasing after the ancient coffin? I'm here for the ancient coffin. After pondering for a while, Lin Ling decided to take a gamble. Chasing after the coffin? You're chasing after the ancient coffin? Impossible. The three monsters were obviously shocked. They carefully sized up Lin Ling, and suddenly sensed an obscure aura on Lin Ling's body. This kid is a bit unlucky. In my opinion, we'll know everything after we kill him. Yellow Ox said coldly. It was as if killing Lin Ling was just a normal thing. And the truth was indeed so. In their ancient era, when heaven and earth were first created, everything was wild. Big monsters devouring each other was a common thing. Although they could already speak human language, they still had a wild aura on them. Give me your life. The toad opened its mouth and spat out a powerful spiral cloud towards Lin Ling. It was an extremely ancient power that Lin Ling had never seen before. Oh no! Although he had guessed it, Lin Ling still cursed his bad luck. He knew that with his strength, he could not fight against these three monsters. The only choice now was to sever his finger. He quickly rushed into the ancient coffin and suddenly grabbed the severed finger. At this moment, his palm suddenly became warm. Then it gradually became scorching hot. And then it became like a knife. What's going on? Lin Ling was shocked. He rushed into the ancient coffin, because he felt that the ancient coffin was the only thing that could help him. Moreover, these three monsters had been locked in the ancient coffin for many years, but they still did not dare to touch the severed finger. Perhaps the severed finger could scare them. However, Lin Ling did not expect such a reaction after touching the severed finger. This kid. At the same time, the three monsters also noticed Lin Ling's actions. They rushed to the side of the ancient coffin and looked at Lin Ling in shock. He actually touched the severed finger. Indeed, he's from that lineage. No matter how useless he is, he must have cultivated that lineage's cultivation technique. Kill him quickly. If we eat this kid, we can also have that lineage's bloodline. They were shocked. But at that moment, the ancient coffin's lid slowly closed. It caused the three-phase expressions to change. They wanted to enter the ancient coffin to kill Lin Ling, but when they thought of how they had been imprisoned in the ancient coffin for so many years, they did not dare enter so easily. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the ancient coffin closed. This kid. Outside the ancient coffin, the three monsters did not leave. Instead, they stood guard beside the ancient coffin, wanting to know what would happen. Lin Ling was lying inside the ancient coffin. He realized that he could not move at all. The severed finger followed his palm and slowly merged into his body. Moreover, the blood in the ancient coffin flowed into Lin Ling's body. The blood did not seem like much, but the oppressive power was terrifying. It was almost bursting Lin Ling's body. However, at the critical moment, the chaos divine formula quickly circulated and refined the blood. Pa. At this moment, Lin Ling felt that his left index finger seemed to have exploded. The bone cracked, and then broke into pieces. The pain was even more painful than the damage to his soul, causing Lin Ling to groan and scream. He had a feeling that something was growing in his finger. Ka. Finally, Lin Ling's entire finger exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. However, a white bone slowly grew from the broken part. The flesh and blood were like bamboo shoots after a rain, quietly spreading. The pain suddenly disappeared. Lin Ling even felt that his body could move. He sat up and looked inside the coffin. He realized that the blood had dried up. Everything was normal. What the hell is going on? Lin Ling frowned. He realized that other than the change in his finger, everything was normal. Of course, if there was a change, he realized that his physical strength had greatly increased. It had reached 3 billion world force. This was a terrifying increase. One had to know that Lin Ling's physical strength was only 1.5 billion world force before. Now it had doubled. This finger. Lin Ling looked at his finger. He realized that his finger was sparkling like jade. There was an ancient wind spreading around. Right, my physical strength has greatly increased. Panga's last strike should be able to be used. After looking at it for a long time, Lin Ling did not feel anything. Then he thought of the Panga's attack. Thinking of this, he immediately used it. Sure enough, after his physical strength skyrocketed, he could also use the last strike of the Panga's attack. This was the last strike primeval fight. After using it, Lin Ling felt that his physical body was constantly expanding. Boom! The ancient coffin exploded. A giant grew crazily, completely frightening the 3 monsters outside the ancient coffin. They stared at the constantly growing giant, their bodies trembling. It's him, it's him, it's him! They exclaimed and became even more afraid. And Lin Ling was still growing. He felt that there was a force in his body. It kept erupting, making him unable to control himself. His body grew crazily. At this moment, he could not see his own appearance. Because his long hair was dancing wildly. His upper body was naked. His muscles were like rocks. On the surface of his skin, there were large amounts of runes flowing. It was like the laws of the universe. Moreover, when this force reached its peak, Lin Ling felt a sense of dissatisfaction. His eyes looked at the 3 great demons on the yellow soil. Subconsciously, he pointed his finger downwards. It's really him. That brat got that person's finger. Hurry up and run. This is the Panga's finger. Looking at the meteorite-like giant finger slowly pressing down, the 3 monsters screamed in horror. Then, they shot in all directions at incomparable speed. Rumble! Lin Ling's finger landed on the yellow soil. The entire yellow soil cracked. The surrounding primordial clouds were like a storm, rolling in all directions. The Panga's finger? Although he did not kill the 3 monsters, Lin Ling vaguely heard something from their mouths. Could it be that I got the Panga's finger? Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he looked at his body and realized that he had changed. He had become like the most ancient giant in the universe. This was the Panga's true body. The Panga's final strike was the incarnation of the Pangu. Of course, this was the most ordinary Pangu. However, Lin Ling got the Panga's finger and had the bloodline of the Pangu. Therefore, he could use the Panga's finger. And the power of this finger, although it could not split the heavens and earth, was definitely more powerful than any of Lin Ling's techniques. After half an hour, Lin Ling could not control himself. He returned to his usual appearance and sat down in the ancient coffin. His expression kept changing. He still could not believe the result. Chapter 4937. The final level of the Panga strike can be used for a much shorter period of time, roughly the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. However, this finger is the most powerful technique, several times more powerful than the Panga strike. Lin Ling sat quietly. He had some guesses in his mind. He sensed that there was a terrifying power hidden in the finger. Now he had only used 1% of its power. As for how powerful Panga's finger was, Lin Ling had not tested it. He had wanted to test it before, but the three old monsters had been scared away. However, Lin Ling was sure that the power of this finger was not weak. I always thought that Emperor Yao and the others were the strongest in the Tao Pagoda. But now it seems that there are still some great gods who survived the great calamity of the world's will. Their strength has been the strongest since ancient times. These ancient races of the universe probably existed before the creation of the world. Perhaps they themselves are part of the universe. Standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. The surroundings were still dense. It was the primordial aura. Now that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure in the ancient coffin, there was no need to keep the bronze Kunlun. I didn't expect that Ning Qingxin would give me such a great opportunity. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for Ning Qingxin's reminder, he would never have obtained the ancient coffin. He would not have known that the ancient coffin contained Panga's severed finger. And because he cultivated Panga's strike, he was able to obtain the severed finger. Although Lin Ling had never seen anyone cultivate Panga's technique, he guessed that he was not the only one who cultivated this technique. The primordial aura is no small matter. It seems that if I want to leave, I have to rely on Panga's incarnation. Lin Ling rested for a long time. After feeling that all his strength had been restored, his body suddenly expanded. Then he grabbed the ancient coffin beside him and threw out the primordial aura. He stepped on it, landed on it, and flew down. Rumble. Grand mist energy was incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling had also encountered it in the fog sea. If it weren't for the ship's protection, he would have been torn to pieces. Now, although he had transformed into Pangu, he still felt as if his body was burning. Looking at the ancient coffin beneath his feet, it had also become scorching hot at this moment. It was completely red. It was because the ancient coffin leaping through the sky and directly shooting towards the earth were two completely different matters. Without a doubt, directly shooting towards the earth was more difficult. Time quietly passed, but the grand mist aura was still not broken through. Not good, the incense stick's time is up. Lin Ling's body was shrinking. He quickly hid inside the ancient coffin and closed the lid. Fortunately, he had taken the ancient coffin with him. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. Dong dong dong. Even though the lid was closed, Lin Ling could still hear the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside the coffin. However, this sound gradually became softer. At this moment on the Great Prairie, the sun was enchanting. A large number of gods were collecting treasures. However, in one direction, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. A giant universe god was fighting against three giant universe gods. He was constantly being suppressed and was in an extremely sorry state. These giant universe gods were all extraordinarily powerful. They could casually attack with 10 billion units of divine energy, so no one dared to approach them. So powerful. The giant universe god's divine energy is definitely above 15 billion. The three of them are ganging up on one person. That person is very strong. He actually managed to hold on for so long. His divine energy is estimated to be at 20 billion. Unfortunately, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. On the other side, a large number of gods were discussing animatedly. He ignored. Your good luck has come to an end. One of the gods looked down at the injured god and said, this person's body was colorful, and ripples were spreading out from his body. In his hand, he was holding an altar-like platform. It was shining with golden light, as if it was made of gold. This platform was an incomparably powerful treasure. It was a chaos deity treasure that could raise one's divine energy by 5 billion units. The other 2 also had terrifying auras. They were holding small altars that were pitch black and blue in color. They looked extraordinarily mighty. This was the earth platform and the water platform. Both were precious treasures that could raise one's divine energy. 3 great emperors, When did you become Emperor Yao's dog? A huge eye floated out from behind the injured god. It blinked from time to time, and it was very strange. It shone a powerful light on the god's body. However, at this moment, the surface of the eye was cracked. It was clearly damaged. Emperor Yao will definitely become one of the 5 great emperors. Now that he has collected enough Tao realm fragments, he has entered the Tao Pagoda, and will lead us to the final level. As for the Yellow Emperor, he has failed at the last step, and will undoubtedly die. One of the gods holding a blue altar said indifferently. His words were like the words of the gods. Everything was true, and no one could refute them. Hee. Do you think the other ancient emperors are flower vases? Even the Yellow Emperor can't beat them. And you want to go to the final level? It's not that I'm looking down on Emperor Yao, but the last few levels of the Tao Pagoda are enough to take his life. The injured god sneered. As expected, you don't understand the universe's opportunities. No wonder you will die here. The three gods were not angry at all. They held altars in their hands. Endless divine light filled the air, illuminating half the sky of the prairie. However, just as they were about to attack, a meteor suddenly appeared in the sky, burning with flames as it descended. The light of the flames was actually more dazzling than the blazing sun in the sky. At this moment, the countless eyes of the entire prairie looked over, and all the gods' faces changed dramatically. A meteor was crashing down? Could it be that a calamity had arrived? The Tao Pagoda was a place that hid too many secrets of the universe. If there was a change in heaven and earth, it would inevitably be a great calamity. Sure enough, when the meteor slowly fell, endless darkness began to descend. All the gods began to leave in search of the shrine. However, the flaming meteor was even more dazzling in the darkness. It rumbled non-stop, and finally crashed into the prairie. Boom! A huge astral wind storm broke out in the prairie. Countless green grass was swept away, and the entire prairie was shaken. What is this? In the distance, the three gods' faces changed dramatically, and their brows were tightly knitted. However, the darkness had descended, so they did not dare to stay and quickly left. Ignore it. We won't kill you, so as not to dirty our hands. You can enjoy the darkness. The three gods said to the injured god as they left, and then they disappeared in place. What is that? The injured god sat on the ground, his eyes looking into the distance, and his heart was filled with shock. This was because he had already been to the Tao Pagoda once, but he had never seen such a mysterious scene of heaven and earth. Not good, the darkness has descended. Then, he quickly stood up and ran into the distance. However, because he was injured, his speed was not fast. Chapter 49:38. At the same time on the other side, the grassland was sinking layer by layer, revealing a 100-meter deep crater. This crater was so big that it covered an area of several thousand kilometers. There was nothing in the crater, not a single living thing. There was only a burning ancient coffin. Around the crater, a large number of monsters had gathered. However, they were afraid of the ancient coffin and did not dare to approach it. They just watched quietly. Even the dark divine hound was standing there. It was as big as a mountain, and its cold eyes revealed an unfriendly light. It was thinking if it should approach the ancient coffin. Pa! Suddenly the ancient coffin moved. The lid slowly opened, and an arm reached out and climbed out of the coffin. It was a young man in a blue robe. His face was a little haggard, but it was full of determination. His eyes were full of killing intent and coldness. After the young man climbed out of the ancient coffin behind him was still burning. The rolling flames seemed to burn the ancient coffin to nothing. This caused the young man to pick up the coffin lid and leave unwillingly. Woo woo woo. At the edge of the crater, a large number of monsters stared at the young man who climbed out of the crater. They did not expect that there was someone in the ancient coffin. Moreover, they were familiar with the ancient coffin. It was the ancient coffin that flew across the sky every day. However, why did the ancient coffin fall today? Why did someone come out? Could it be that the person buried in the ancient coffin had finally awakened? It seems that I can't take the coffin away. The young man walked along the crater, his face full of regret. The ancient coffin was still burning, but it was gradually melting into powder and disappeared. Countless monsters stared at the young man. They seemed to be formed by darkness, leaving only their eyes outside. However, they did not act rashly. Instead, they stared at the young man with fear. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew. The darkness was like a tide, rolling toward the young man. A claw suddenly fell from the sky. The dark divine hound. The young man's eyes narrowed, and the huge coffin in his hand swept out. Bang, bang, bang. A powerful force exploded, and the young man was sent flying. However, halfway through, the young man stepped on the ground and suppressed the force. He grabbed the coffin lid and looked at the dark divine hound deeply. The mountain-like dark divine hound stood there quietly. Its eyes seemed to penetrate the sky and tear through time as it looked down at the young man. Of course, it was mostly looking down at the coffin lid in the young man's hand. A man and a dog looked at each other, and the atmosphere was incomparably stifling. Suddenly, a black light flashed and the mountain-like dark divine hound disappeared. The monsters around it also disappeared as if they were never there. On the ground, only the ancient coffin was burning, gradually turning into ashes. The young man suddenly frowned. He left. He looked around fearfully, then followed the grassland and flew away. The dark divine hound is so strong. Even though my physical strength has increased, and I have the fusion talent, I am still at a disadvantage. However, the dark divine hound has left. Could it be because of the coffin lid? The young man muttered to himself as he leaped along the ground. And he was Lin Ling, who had descended from the bronze Kunlun. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad, encountering the knight after descending. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling had just finished using his Panga's strike. His only trump card was the universe's 3 extremes break. He seemed to lack something to fight against the dark divine hound. Let's find the palace first. Lin Ling had made up his mind. Along the way, Lin Ling also encountered many monsters, but when they saw Lin Ling's coffin lid, they immediately avoided him. It was extremely strange. This made Lin Ling very curious, but he couldn't care less. At this time, a light came from ahead. It seemed that a god was fighting, and was surrounded by a large number of monsters. Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to it, but after a quick glance his expression changed slightly, and he rushed over. Ignore! He held the coffin lid and rushed over, shouting at the same time. At this moment, the one surrounded by monsters was the injured Ignore. When he heard the familiar voice, he quickly searched and then said in shock, Lin Ling, it's you. Without a doubt, Ignore was extremely shocked, but he immediately shouted, Don't worry about me, go quickly. He was now surrounded by a large number of monsters. Wasn't Lin Ling courting death by coming over? Anyway, he couldn't escape death, so he might as well attract a large number of monsters and help Lin Ling escape. However, after he shouted, not only did Lin Ling not escape, but he even sped up. Lin Ling. Ignore was even more anxious, but he couldn't shout, because he saw that Lin Ling ran all the way. The monsters he encountered on the way fled, as if they had met their natural enemy. Go! After Lin Ling rushed over, he pulled Ignore, and then ran into the distance. Lin Ling, what's going on? Ignore was extremely shocked. It's a long story. How did you enter the Dao Pagoda, and alone? Where's the Yellow Emperor? And why are you injured? Lin Ling didn't have time to explain, but asked instead. It's the 3 great emperors, the heavenly official, the earthly official, and the water official. They are all Emperor Yao's people. After seeing me, they attacked me, and the Yellow Emperor went to the 2nd level. Ignore said, The 3 great emperors? Are they very strong? Lin Ling continued to ask. One-on-one, how could they be my opponent? Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they might not be my opponent. It's just that when I was in the Dao realm, I fought with Emperor Yao and suffered some injuries, which allowed them to take advantage of me. Ignore snorted coldly. His words were full of arrogance. Fortunately, you met me, or you would have died here. Look, there's a palace over there. Let's take a rest first. Lin Ling's eyes looked ahead, and he sped up again. In the distance, a palace sat on the ground, dazzling with divine light, like a bright lamp. And in the palace, a large number of gods were gathered there, gloating as they watched the gods being chased by monsters on the prairie. Look at those 2. They're actually rushing over like that. Are there no monsters chasing them? Suddenly, someone saw Lin Ling and Ignore and was shocked. Hee, what good luck, but this palace is full. They want to come in. Dream on. The others thought that Lin Ling and Ignore were just lucky, so they sneered and blocked the door. On the second floor of the palace, several figures stood there with calm expressions. "Hey, that's Ignore, he's not dead," one of them exclaimed, causing the other two to frown and look over, their faces immediately showing surprise. And they were the three great emperors. Obviously, they were very surprised, but when they saw Lin Ling, they immediately guessed that it was this person who helped. Chapter 4939. Get lost, the palace is full. The gods naturally wouldn't allow others to enter the palace. After all, it would be dangerous for them. Following behind Lin Ling, the god wanted to shout angrily and reveal his origin. However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say much and smashed the coffin lid. On the first level of the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had never shown mercy. This place was cruel to begin with. It was either you die or I die. Lin Ling had already gotten used to the rules here, when he was slaughtering on the prairie. Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling, the god couldn't help but be shocked. He never expected Lin Ling to be so savage. "You're courting death." As for the gods at the palace gate, they all frowned, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death. Let's talk about it when we get close to the palace. They didn't attack casually, because there were the most monsters around the palace, especially those trying to get close to the palace. This was the most dangerous. However, Lin Ling and the god rushed over. When the monsters saw Lin Ling, not only did they not rush over, they avoided him. This is a bit strange. Many people's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Formation, ancient spinning top formation. Someone reacted and snorted. With a wave of his hand, countless petals floated up and formed an ancient formation in front of the palace gate. This person was very cautious, and didn't attack rashly for fear of being dragged out of the palace by the monsters. Therefore, he used a boundary formation to resist Lin Ling, king of spinning tops. Many people looked at the god and couldn't help but smile. Although this person wasn't a giant god of the universe, his strength was half a step away from being comparable to a giant god of the universe. He was an extremely ancient god. This kid wants to resist the king of spinning tops with just a coffin lid? Then, everyone turned to look at Lin Ling, gloating over his misfortune. Boom. However, their smiles froze in place as Lin Ling's coffin lid smashed through the ancient formation of the myriad spinning tops. It even passed through the divine formation and smashed into the outermost gods. Bang bang bang. They did not have the slightest bit of divine energy in their bodies. They were directly destroyed. It was to the extent where the entire sun god palace trembled a bit. It was incomparably terrifying. What's going on? Oh my god. Wan Tua Luo King is dead. Jingyi Xianshen is also dead. Burning Heaven Ming Sound Emperor is also dead. You must be kidding me, right? A single coffin lid killed so many people. What kind of treasure is this? Within the sun god hall, cries of surprise rang out. Without a doubt, everyone was dumbfounded. It would be normal if Lin Ling had killed any high gods, but he had killed more than a dozen of them with a single coffin. Pa! Lin Ling walked through the door with Ignore. All the gods subconsciously took a step back, and their expressions changed drastically. Someone asked nervously, "Who exactly are you?" "Die." Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at the god. The coffin lid swept out, and as if it had shattered the laws of the universe, a large number of gods in front of him were reduced to ashes. Ah, what a ferocious coffin lid. All the gods retreated, as if little white rabbits had seen a big bad wolf, and they stayed far away from it. There were even a few people who squeezed half of their bodies out of the palace door, but they didn't dare to say anything. This was because outside the palace, they had to be wary of demons, but inside the palace, Lin Ling was also a terrifying demon, and they had to be wary of him. "Get out of my way, all of you. I'll kill whoever stands in my way." Lin Ling held the coffin lid and looked coldly at the crowd. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him, causing Ignore behind him to sigh. He felt that Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the Dao Pagoda than he was. Moreover, what was going on with Lin Ling's coffin lid? Why was it so powerful? Seeing that no one dared to stop him, Lin Ling looked in the direction of the second floor, and then asked Ignore, "Brother Ignore, Are those 3 people? At this moment, at the staircase on the 2nd floor, 3 godlike figures stood there, overlooking Lin Ling and Ignore. It's them, the 3 great emperors, the sky official, the earth official, and the water official. Ignore nodded. Brother Ignore, you rest here. I'll take care of them for you. Lin Ling nodded. When he first entered the Dao Pagoda, it was the Yellow Emperor who led Ignore, Listen, and the others to block Emperor Yao's attack. Now, he naturally had to help Ignore. Ignore was a little worried. Lin Ling, they're not weak. They control heaven, earth and water, 3 powerful magical powers. Don't worry. Lin Ling gave Ignore a reassuring look. Ignore didn't know that he was besieging the city, otherwise he wouldn't be worried. They were just universe giants, and Lin Ling had killed enough of them. Your strength is not bad. So why do you want to follow Ignore? Why don't we take you on an adventure? When the great tribulation of the world will arrive, I guarantee that your strength will increase greatly, and you'll be in control of your own life. At this time, a voice came from the 2nd floor. A man was holding a blue altar and speaking. You want to subdue me? Lin Ling shook his head, his eyes full of sarcasm. If these people knew that he was Lin Ling, Emperor Yao's mortal enemy, would they still dare to speak? That's right. What price do you want? The 3 on the 2nd floor looked at each other and nodded. Ha ha ha. Lin Ling stepped on the stairs, laughing as he walked. This made the 3 great emperors frown. They saw that the coffin in Lin Ling's hand was very powerful, so they wanted to subdue Lin Ling. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he was just a high god. You only have 1 chance. The man holding the black altar said coldly. He stared at Lin Ling's coffin and said disdainfully, Most of your strength comes from that coffin, right? Unfortunately, it's a little rough. Although it's a precious treasure, it's not a chaos deity artifact. My altar is a chaos deity artifact. Once my underground palace altar comes out, your coffin will definitely be destroyed. I don't want you to destroy the coffin, so I'm giving you a chance. Hearing this, Lin Ling's footsteps paused and the sneer on his face deepened. His coffin wasn't a chaos deity artifact? That was true, because even Lin Ling didn't know what grade the coffin was. The coffin used to store Panga's severed finger was an ancient coffin that flew across the sky when darkness descended. How could a mere chaos deity artifact compare to it? Perhaps only the 10 chaos deity artifacts could compare. After shaking his head, Lin Ling continued forward. Stop. The 3 great emperors were unhappy. One of them said coldly, Don't force me to make a move. In his hand, the blue altar floated out and spun around, emitting a mysterious light. Then, seeing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, he finally shook his head in disdain. You overestimate yourself. The blue altar platform smashed towards Lin Ling, and the deafening sound of water exploded. Chapter 4940. Hong. However, Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He gently swept the lid of the coffin, and a boom sounded. Then, the altar platform exploded and turned into dust. Silence. The entire palace suddenly fell silent. With a sweep of the coffin lid, the Chaos Divine artifact was destroyed? What kind of coffin lid was that? Even Wang Zhong, who was originally sitting cross-legged, could not help but stand up with his eyes wide open. Although he could defeat the 3 of them, if he was at his peak, he could not destroy a Chaos Divine artifact. Even if he could, it would take a lot of effort. However, Lin Ling only used a simple and crude coffin lid. What? At this moment, the man in the blue robe let out a loud roar. Your Chaos Divine artifact is a bit crude. Lin Ling said disdainfully as he quickened his pace. Use your methods. Let me see if you are qualified to subdue me. Attack. The other 2 looked at each other and threw out their respective altars. These platforms suppressed powerful god energy and contained a piece of heaven and a piece of earth. That was why they were called the Sky Palace and the Earth Palace. Lin Ling did not even look at the altar platforms. With a light sweep of his arm, the entire sun god temple shook. Then, under countless gazes, the 2 altars exploded and turned into dust. The sky was destroyed, and the earth collapsed. It was just a coffin lid. The three martial monarchs on the second floor were startled as they began to back off. They did not expect this mysterious youth to be even more terrifying than Wang Zhong. What do you want to do? They kept retreating and asked anxiously. Didn't you want to subdue me? To be honest, I admire your courage. You don't even know who I am, and you want to subdue me. Lin Ling stepped onto the second floor and looked indifferently at the three great emperors. There were many great universe gods on the second floor. They were originally gloating, but now they were so scared that their faces turned pale. They were afraid that they would be implicated. He seems to be the young man who destroyed the city. All of a sudden someone roared. His voice traveled all the way to the first floor, causing many gods to ponder. Then their expressions changed drastically. They had all heard of a legend that on the first floor of the Dao Pagoda, there was an incomparably ferocious person who destroyed the siege and forced young noble Ming not to provoke him. In the end he left. Originally, they guessed that such a fierce person should have gone to the second level. Who is this person? The three great emperors obviously didn't know about the siege. This man destroyed the siege and killed young noble Ming's servant and a few experts under the tomb. You should have heard of young noble Ming's strength, right? A god said solemnly. It's him. The three great emperors retreated even further. Although they hadn't heard of this matter, young Master Ming, who was besieging the city, knew about it. Because this person was collecting tolls, no one dared to provoke him. And the fact that young Master Ming's tomb was destroyed explained everything. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. One of the three great emperors waved his hand and said, Misunderstanding? Ning Fan was my brother, and you almost killed him. You say it was a misunderstanding. Lin Ling sneered. Disdaining to speak nonsense, he swept out the coffin lid. Hong! The great emperor called Water Official was hit by the coffin lid. His body trembled, and with a loud roar, he was turned into ashes. Water Official! The other two couldn't help but shout. Following which, they looked at Lin Ling angrily and said, We are Emperor Yao's men. Hong! Lin Ling swept out the coffin lid again, and the great emperor called Earth Official was also killed. Two coffin lids had killed two great emperors. This undoubtedly caused the entire palace to fall silent. After all, those were great gods of the universe, and they died so easily. Are you still taking me in? Lin Ling looked coldly at the last person. That person's face was ashen and cold. In the blink of an eye, two of his brothers were dead. And now, this person was mocking him and asking if he was still taking him in. Take him in? How? Was he qualified to take him in? Who are you? The last sky official gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid and said indifferently, It's you. The sky official's expression changed drastically, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. He had naturally heard of Lin Ling, and he had even heard that this man had killed Emperor Ziwei. However, the three of them combined were even more powerful than Emperor Ziwei. But against Lin Ling, it was useless. They couldn't stop the terrifying coffin lid at all. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had increased again after entering the Dao Tower. No wonder Emperor Yao wanted to kill you. So you really are that strong. The sky official knew that he couldn't escape death, and said with a gloomy expression, My strength is not something you can understand. Lin Ling raised the coffin lid high and slammed it down. Hong! The palace shook, and the last sky official was as dead as he could be. He had been smashed into a meat patty. With Lin Ling's current strength, the coffin lid was only a part of his strength. If he used his full strength, he would even dare to fight Emperor Yao. You lot, do you want to go downstairs yourselves? Or do you want me to invite you? Lin Ling looked at the remaining gods on the second floor and said, We'll go downstairs ourselves. These giant cosmos gods did not have any unwillingness, as they left one after another. Whether it was Lin Ling's fierce reputation or the strength he had displayed, they didn't dare to resist. Brother Ignore, come up. Lin Ling shouted to Ignore, who hurried upstairs and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling, how long has it been since you entered the Dao Tower? How did your strength increase so much? Not long? Why do I feel like it's been a long time? Lin Ling laughed. He had experienced the bronze Kunlun and cultivated for more than 30 million years in the sun statue. Naturally, he felt that it had been a long time. Sai, in any case, I feel like your strength is enough to fight Emperor Yao and the others. Ignore was indeed worthy of being the Yellow Emperor's follower. He was very knowledgeable and could vaguely sense this. This I'm not too sure, but I also want to meet him. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly turned cold. The grudge between him and Emperor Yao started when he first entered the Dao realm. It was time to settle it. Brother Ignore, you can recover here. At dawn, we will enter the second floor. Then, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. In fact, if not for Ignore's injury, Lin Ling might have already rushed to besieged city. After all, he had been in the bronze Kunlun for a long time. He didn't know how Yu Yu and the others were doing on the second floor. Moreover, how was Ningqingxin? Time passed quietly. When the sun shone through the window, the palace also quietly dissipated. Everyone appeared on the grass, surrounded by rare treasures. Chapter 49-41. Upon seeing Lin Ling, the gods surrounding the city made way for him, not daring to stop him. Under the three pitch-black mountains, Lin Ling and Ji Yu stood in the godly light. Then, after spending 10 million Dao Realm fragments, they turned into dust and disappeared. A mysterious feeling spread throughout their bodies. By the time Lin Ling and Ji Yu realized what was going on, a fishy smell came from all around them. Godly light appeared, an endless light flowed, gradually condensing into Lin Ling and Ji Yu's figures. We're here. When the divine light gradually dimmed, Lin Ling walked out and looked ahead. Then he sucked in a cold breath. This place was even worse than the first level. The ground was full of swamps, and there were no living creatures. Moreover, the fishy smell was very uncomfortable. This is the second level? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wuxia nodded. Back then, I came here with Sir Yellow Emperor. The only danger here is the rotten rocks that fall from the sky from time to time. These rotten rocks are so powerful that even king-level universe giant gods would be corroded in the blink of an eye. Oh right. There are also monsters from the first level, and many of them have strange shapes and are very disgusting. However, there's a sarcoma in their bodies that can increase a god's talent. After listening to Wu Yan's introduction, Lin Ling frowned. Compared to the first level, there was no difference between day and night here. Yu, are you there? Lin Ling quickly took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Brother Ling, you're finally here. Yu's voice came from the jade talisman. I'm with Sister Yu now. As for where I am, I don't know either. What happened? Why were you separated? Where are Lei Gong and the others? Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. As soon as we entered the second level, we met a group of powerful beings, who called themselves the Rotten World. They attacked us and separated us. Yu said. Moreover, many people returned to Kyushu by returning to their heavenly seats. It's very difficult for them to enter now. Wait here. I'll go find you immediately. By the way, where's Guer? Lin Ling asked again. Guer seems to have been taken away by someone called Great Ancestor Boundary River. Sister Whitewater Pure Maiden too. Damn it. Why are we in such trouble? I'll go find you immediately. Lin Ling put away the voice transmission jade talisman, his expression extremely ugly. Beside her, Ignore also heard the faint voice transmission. His expression was incomparably solemn. It's actually Great Ancestor Jiehi. This person's strength is only below Emperor Yao. He's even comparable to Great Emperor Zhuanshu of the 5 emperors. Jiehi shook his head. Great Emperor. Lin Ling had come into contact with them before. He had met them once in Lingxiao City. That great emperor had wanted to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Then what's the deal with the Rotten World? Lin Ling asked again. The origin of the Rotting Realm is extremely mysterious. Legend has it that it was formed from the dark energy of the universe, and it is a powerful ancient race of the universe. They can be found in the second, third, and even the last few levels. However, they are extremely strange. They go around provoking gods and killing them as fast as they can. Especially the Rotting Realm. Their strength is weaker than theirs, so they kill them whenever they see them. I heard that a part of the power of the gods that die in their hands will enter the body of the rotten world's strongest god, the rotten god, making him stronger. You explained. Damn it. This Dao pagoda is really messed up. Lin Ling couldn't help but curse. He took out the jade talisman and sensed Yu Yu's direction. Then, he flew toward the distance. The gods on the second level were undoubtedly much stronger than those on the first level. Along the way, Lin Ling and the others encountered many powerful gods. Who are you two? We are the gods of the divine light race. Get lost. Lin Ling was as anxious as an arrow, but he was blocked. He fused his innate talents. With one hand holding the coffin lid, and the other holding the tyrannical song sword, he killed the other party. On the second level, superior gods were extremely rare. They were all at the level of giant universe gods. But now, with Lin Ling's strength, unless one was a king-level giant universe god, anyone who encountered him would be killed. In addition, Ignore's strength had recovered. With the two of them working together, killing some passers-by was a piece of cake. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling and the others killed several gods, a sudden rumble sounded. When Lin Ling and the others raised their heads, they saw a pitch-black mud-like object about 10 meters above them. Not good. Lin Ling dodged quickly. It's the rotten stone. Disregarding anxiously shouted out loud. Lin Ling's expression changed. When did this huge mud-like object appear? He couldn't care less. He ran at full speed. Flames appeared on his Kwafu Sun chasing boots. And he disappeared with Lin Ling in the blink of an eye. They had just rushed a few hundred meters away when the huge mud-like object hit the ground. What was surprising was that the mud-like object was very calm. It didn't even make a loud sound. Moreover, it slowly sank into the ground. Rumble. The swamp on the ground kept swallowing the mud-like object, emitting a fishy smell. However, an invisible whirlpool also appeared on the ground. Lin Ling, the second level is very strange. If you want to leave here, you have to use your Dao regression to heaven status at a place with rotten stone. Once you leave, if you want to come back, you have to bring your Dao regression to heaven status and find the rotten stone. Only then can you come back. Ignore looked at the swamp with lingering fear and explained. What a mess of laws and rules. Lin Ling frowned. No wonder Yu said that everyone left and couldn't come back. This meant that Lin Ling had to find the Dao regression to heaven status of the people who left, and find the place where the rotten stone fell. Only then could he bring them back. Where did this rotten stone come from? Why did it appear 10 meters above our heads? If you didn't remind me, I would have been hit. Lin Ling then said solemnly. The appearance of the rotten stone is invisible and colorless. It can't be detected by any means. If you are hit by the rotten stone, you will definitely die. Ignore said. What is hidden under the ground? Why did the rotten stone merge into the swamp? Lin Ling shook his head and left with Ignore. On the way forward, he became more cautious and kept his guard up against the sky. Indeed, on the way forward, Lin Ling and Ignore encountered a few more waves of rotten stone. Fortunately, they were on guard and narrowly avoided them. It seems that as long as we don't move, the rotten stone won't attack. Instead, it will suddenly appear when we are rushing or fighting. Lin Ling gradually figured out the rules. Yes, but in the Dao Tower, how can there be no fighting? It is said that the more intense the battle, the bigger the rotten stone. In the final stage, a rotten stone as big as the universe can appear. Ignore said, I heard the Yellow Emperor say that the first batch of people who entered the Dao Tower were them. I met them. The first batch. Lin Ling was shocked. He could imagine how many powerful gods were hidden in the later levels of the Dao Tower. Chapter 49-42. Ever since entering the Dao Pagoda, Lin Ling had almost forgotten about the square prison due to the influence of the strange laws here. Let's go. Suppressing his thoughts, Lin Ling wanted to find Yu and the others first. The second level was also incomparably large. It was a vast swamp as far as the eye could see. Lin Ling and the others had been hurrying for 3 days, but they still hadn't reached Yu. On the contrary, Lin Ling encountered the monsters that Jia had mentioned. They were monsters formed from a mass of mud. They were as large as mountains, and some were as large as oceans. They were like elephants galloping on the ground, and their strength was incomparably powerful. They could devour gods. This gave Lin Ling an illusion that these things were very similar to chaos. Lin Ling's chaos also had the same power. It could devour everything, and was one of the four great evils. However, after becoming a god, chaos gradually became less useful. Jia, you can get treasures by killing those monsters, right? Lin Ling asked Jia. Yes, they have sarcomas in their bodies, which are suitable for the promotion of various divine embryos. Jia nodded. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He now had many treasures for the promotion of realms, but he didn't have any for divine embryos. Therefore, the second level was a good place to promote divine embryos. On the fifth day, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived in another direction. On the ground, they saw two women standing there, surrounded by several gods. They were all looking at the two women maliciously. The two women were Yu and the others. Get lost! Lin Ling threw the coffin lid in his hand and smashed it on the swamp ground in front of him. Boom! When the swamp exploded, the gods were so frightened that they hurriedly fled. Your Excellency, we're just passing by. They shouted as they fled. If it were any other time, Lin Ling would definitely take their lives. But now Lin Ling couldn't care less. Brother Ling. When the two women saw Lin Ling, they couldn't help but be delighted and rushed over. Be careful. However, Lin Ling saw that a huge rotten rock had appeared above Yu and the others. It was about 50 meters in size, and was rapidly smashing down. Lin Ling rushed over at full speed, and hugged his two beautiful wives. Then he dodged the rotten rocks falling from the sky. That was close. When Yu and the others saw the rotting rocks that were slowly sinking to the ground, they all felt a lingering fear. Ah no! Save me, save me! All of a sudden loud screams came from the front. The gods who had fled earlier were all smashed by the rotten rocks. What was extremely strange was that after the rotten rocks smashed into them, it was as if they were sucked into sludge. They couldn't use any of their methods, and could only continuously melt. It was extremely disgusting. In the end, before the rotten stones could even disappear into the ground, these gods had already been corroded into nothingness. This rotten rock is really hard to guard against. Lin Ling's brows were tightly knitted together as he witnessed the scene. Brother Ling, hurry up and save Gu-er and the others. Yu and the others said anxiously. Okay. Lin Ling glanced at the voice transmission jade talisman, and hurriedly led everyone on their journey again. Lin Ling, this Realm River Patriarch is extremely impressive. It'll probably be very troublesome to rescue them from his hands. However, if we join forces, even if we can't defeat him, we shouldn't be afraid of him. At this moment, Lu Zhe said, his eyes fixed on Lin Ling's coffin lid. He knew that Lin Ling's strongest move was the coffin lid. I want him dead. However, Lin Ling spat out coldly. After entering the second level, he had no time to rest at all, and was forced to search for his family and friends. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. They all sucked in a cold breath. Killing Great Ancestor Realm River was not a simple matter. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't explain too much. He followed the direction of the voice transmission jade talisman, and ran into the distance. Lu Zhe thought that the coffin lid was Lin Ling's strongest move. He didn't know that Lin Ling still had 3 more powerful trump cards. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction, 3 Great Universes to seal all souls. Panga Strike the Primordial Gambit, transforming into Pangu. There was also the mysterious Panga's Finger. That Realm River Patriarch dared to snatch Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling wanted to see how tough the other party's life was. In fact, ever since Lin Ling obtained the Panga's Finger, he hadn't tried its full power. He hadn't even tried the Primordial Gambit. Back when he faced the Toad, Green Ox, and Yellow Ox. Although Lin Ling used the Panga's Finger, the other party fled very quickly. He didn't see any effect at all. This way. Along the way, Lin Ling saw only swamps and swamps. At this moment, in one direction of the swamp, there was a large number of springs. These springs were of different sizes and constantly bubbled, forming a dense mist. In the springs, A large number of people were soaking there, letting out cheerful sounds. These springs were the only places in the swamp that didn't have rotten stones. There were many in the swamp, but most of them were occupied by experts for resting. The one who occupied this area of springs was the Realm River Patriarch. At this moment, several figures were rapidly approaching. When they saw the springs in the distance, they couldn't help but be shocked. That's the hot spring, the only place in the second floor of the Dao Pagoda that doesn't have rotten stones falling. One of them explained, but he ignored it. That lecherous old man is the Realm River Patriarch. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He looked around and saw Xian Yuan Go and the others at the edge of the hot spring. However, looking at them, they were fine now. Chapter 49-43. A moment later, Lin Ling and the others appeared above the hot spring and looked down at the people below. Lin Ling. At the same time, Xian Yuan Go and Bai Shui Su Nu, who were tied to the hot spring, saw Lin Ling. Who are you? Realm River Ancestor raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. He thought that Lin Ling and the others were just passing by, but he didn't expect them to come here. He quite handsome, but don't you know that this is Realm River Ancestor's territory? Beside Patriarch Realm River, several women were wrapped around his neck and giggling. Lin Ling didn't say anything and still looked down at the people below. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he suddenly slashed down. An incomparably terrifying sword light, mixed with physical strength and divine power, bombarded the hot springs. Rumble! Several hot springs were destroyed, and the women in the hot springs were killed by Lin Ling. These women were dirty and messy, and probably not good people. Lin Ling didn't have any pity for them. You're courting death. Realm River Ancestor suddenly stood up and flew into a rage. These people came without saying a word, and then directly killed his women. Was this a direct provocation? You're all dead. How dare you kill the ancestors' women? Beside Realm River Ancestor, several women also pointed at Lin Ling and the others and scolded. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling smiled coldly and asked curiously, did you just come to the rotten world? Do you know who Realm River Ancestor is? Those women had followed Realm River Ancestor for many years and knew how terrifying Realm River Ancestor was. So they were not afraid of Lin Ling and the others at all. You're right. We did just come to the second floor of the Dao Tower. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling still smiled. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't look like he was reflecting at all, the women gritted their teeth in anger and were ready to wait for Lin Ling and the others to be torn into pieces. They all felt that this young man was too arrogant to kill people at will. I don't know what death is. You must be Realm River Patriarch's women. Lin Ling stared at the women and slashed down with his sword again. How dare you? The Realm River Patriarch hadn't expected that the youth would still dare to kill him. His body suddenly grew in size as he grasped an enormous black river in his hand, ready to resist Lin Ling's sword. However, Boundary River was secretly astonished. Although this young man appeared to be a mid-stage high god, his sword strike contained over 10 billion units of divine energy. Furthermore, there seemed to be some other power hidden within. It seemed to be the power of the physical body. Crash! The black river seemed soft, but it was incomparably tough. It actually blocked Lin Ling's huge sword light. Pung pung pung. Lin Ling's sword continued to slash, but it just couldn't cross the black river. You're quite capable. My border river can block an attack with 10 billion units of godly power. But your sword only has 10 billion units of godly power. Yet it still hasn't dissipated. This means that part of the power isn't godly power, but physical power. Great Ancestor Boundary River said faintly. You're quite perceptive. Lin Ling smiled faintly. After fusing with Panga's finger, his physical strength had reached 30 trillion units. After fusing with his innate talent, his overall strength was naturally not low. You want to save them, but unfortunately, you might not be able to do so. At this moment, Ignore attacked as well. An enormous eyeball appeared behind him, covering the land and freezing time. Moreover, The light beams shot out from the eyeball contained 20 billion units of godly power. As the Yellow Emperor's bodyguard, Ignore wasn't weak to begin with. Previously, he was bullied by the 3 official Great Emperors because he had just been seriously injured. As soon as the light beams shot out from the eyeball, the Black River began to churn, seemingly unable to resist. Kaboom! This caused Lin Ling's sword to cross the Black River and slash at the hot spring, killing all the women in the hot spring. "You're courting death." Great Ancestor Boundary River roared furiously. Attacking his women once was enough, and now it was the second time. Most importantly, he didn't know why these people were here. "All of you will die. I can no longer hold back my anger. No one can withstand my wrath." The enormous Boundary River in Great Ancestor Boundary River's hand suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. Coupled with Great Ancestor Boundary River's enlarged body, it was as if he was holding a cosmic river. "Lin Ling, be careful. Great Ancestor Boundary River's godly power has reached 30 billion. At this moment, Ignore reminded him. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was comparable to Great Emperor Xuanxiu of the 5 Great Emperors. If not for Ignore teaming up with Lin Ling, he wouldn't have dared to touch Great Ancestor Boundary River. "Don't worry, I'll stop him." "You do it," Lin Ling said to Ignore. Panga's attack was activated, and the primeval gambit descended. "You think you're the only one who can grow bigger?" Lin Ling grew infinitely taller and turned into a giant. His long hair danced wildly, and there were large amounts of ancient runes on his body. His skin was bronze and extremely domineering. Most importantly, he became as tall as Great Ancestor Boundary River and looked at him coldly. "You bastard!" Great Ancestor Boundary River cursed. Was this young man doing it on purpose? Seeing him turn into a giant, he turned into a giant as well. "Hee, I'm a little taller than you." Lin Ling's voice was like a cosmic storm. His body grew a little taller again, taller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. "What's the use of being taller? You're strong on the outside but weak on the inside. You must have the corresponding strength." Great Ancestor Boundary River roared angrily. He clenched the golden Boundary River with both hands, and suddenly smashed it at Lin Ling, as if he was holding a giant rod. The moment he attacked, the wind and clouds surged. In the distant swamp, many gods were resting, but they also saw the 2 giants in the distance. "It's Great Ancestor Boundary River." Heavens, who forced him to reveal his true form? The giant opposite is not much smaller than Great Ancestor Boundary River. They were shocked. Of course, many gods had the ability to transform into a giant, but it was just some camouflage and couldn't increase their strength. Therefore, they were curious whether the other giant had the corresponding strength. "Lin Ling." At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River shouted. The eyeballs behind him suddenly changed and turned into 12 eyes. They were like 12 blazing suns hanging in the sky, shooting out endless divine light. These divine lights were full of the power of divinity. They were unstoppable, and reached more than 3 million. Great Ancestor Boundary River had also unleashed his full strength. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the Golden Boundary River was as majestic as Jiuzhou. It swept across and blocked all of the power of divinity. Great Ancestor Boundary River's strength was indeed heaven-defying. Seeing the Boundary River smashing towards Lin Ling, Great Ancestor Boundary River couldn't help but be more worried. His hands moved frequently, urging the divine eyes and forcibly turning the 12 eyeballs into 24. After doing this, he was panting. Obviously, he had exceeded his limit. However, it was obviously too slow to help Lin Ling. "Boy, what's the use of growing bigger? You must have the corresponding defense." At this moment, Great Ancestor Boundary River said arrogantly. The Boundary River smashed towards Lin Ling. It wasn't difficult for this Boundary River to destroy the universe. Rumble. Chapter 49-44. Are you giving me an itch? All of a sudden, a deafening laughter rang out. Lin Ling held the Golden River with one hand and sneered at Realm River Patriarch. Now that he had transformed into Pangu, the primeval gambit, he could resist even more divine power. And his attacks were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. You're fine. Realm River Patriarch's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. His golden river had 50 billion divine power. He firmly believed that there were very few among the universe's giant gods who could block it. Not to mention that his opponent was just a superior god. Lin Ling. Realm River Patriarch's eyes trembled as he was startled. When did Lin Ling become so strong? One must know that if he could block Realm River Patriarch's attack, it meant that he could block Xuanxu the Great's attack. Lin Ling was still looking at Realm River Patriarch with a smile. He knew that the primeval gambit's duration was very short, only one incense stick's time. He said faintly, enlarging one's body depends not only on defense but also on attack. Take my punch. He swung the golden river with his right hand and punched out with his left fist. Boom! This punch was incomparably terrifying, causing the air to explode. It was like a huge bomb, and also like a huge universe. There were even rings of smoke exploding around his fist, as if they were grand mist aura. Chi. Realm River Patriarch inhaled sharply. What was this guy's background? Realm River Universe. Realm River Ancestor roared, and pulled back the golden river. Moreover, he activated the universe, so that the golden river coiled around his body, like a golden dragon protecting him. Looking carefully, there were many figures above the golden river. They were all as tiny as ants, but their strength was not weak. The universe. Realm River Patriarch was also a god with a great universe. Generally speaking, powerful gods all had great universes. Although having a universe didn't mean that they were stronger than other gods, it was certain that every god with a universe was incomparably ancient. Watch me break your universe. Lin Ling took a step forward, causing the hot spring beneath his feet to explode. His fist continued to punch forward. When the fist landed on the golden river, it actually bent the golden river. Countless gods in the universe fell, and the world shattered. Ah! A large number of cries rang out, and the gods in the universe could only see a giant strike out with a fist, breaking the universe and destroying their world. What kind of power is this? Inside the Realm River, Patriarch Realm River was as shocked as a celestial being. He sensed that Lin Ling's fist didn't contain the power of divinity at all. It was pure physical strength. However, this kind of physical strength wasn't ridiculously powerful. Yet, it had a kind of power that could destroy everything. However, Boundary River Ancestor's universe was very powerful. Although Lin Ling had destroyed half of it, it was still able to block Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling, let me help you. It was at this point that the ignore attack arrived. Boundless god eyes shone with the power of 5 million gods. Behind the ignore, 24 eyes bloomed. These eyes had been comprehended by the ignore, and were incomparably powerful. Lin Ling glanced at the ignore, and suddenly thought of a person who had disappeared for many years. This person was the blue-robed youth who had helped Lin Ling when Lin Ling first entered the martial god realm. At that time, Lin Ling had one of the 6 great god eyes of the universe, and that youth seemed to be the same. However, after that incident, Lin Ling was unrivaled in the martial god realm, and swept through the void of the 9 states. But he never saw that youth again. He only remembered that the blue-robed youth's name was Gan Liangping. Ah, you're actually working together? Shameless. Boundary River Ancestor was clearly unable to resist, and let out a loud roar. However, he was also very powerful. Under the joint attack of Lin Ling's Panga strike and ignore, he actually didn't die. This gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of his own strength. At least with his current means, he wasn't enough to fight against 5 emperors. Your Excellency, please show mercy. Just as the two joined forces to suppress Boundary River Ancestor, suddenly, the light of the sun appeared in front of them. Several figures appeared and floated in the air, shrouded by the sun behind them, extremely mysterious. Solar Divine Race? Ignore's eyes flashed. Your Excellency, Boundary River Ancestor is a close friend of our race. How about giving us some face and letting him go this time? Moreover, Boundary River Ancestor didn't provoke you. Why do you have to kill him? A voice floated over, extremely polite. Those from the Solar Divine Race naturally didn't dare to push Lin Ling too far after seeing the heaven-defying strength of the duo. Help me, Boundary River Ancestor also shouted loudly, "Who do you think you are?" However, Lin Ling sneered. Not only did he not show mercy, but he also increased the speed of his attacks. 3 extreme universe breaks were activated. 3 extreme universe rays sealed Boundary River Ancestor's soul. Although Lin Ling was in the higher deity realm, he had 8 Danshuns as his foundation, so he could cultivate several powerful ancient techniques. It wasn't difficult for him to kill a giant god of the universe. "Ah, you still have some tricks up your sleeve." Boundary River Ancestor, who was in the Golden Boundary River, sensed that he couldn't resist anymore. 3 layers of attacks: Panga's punch, the divine eye that ignored everything, and the 3 extreme universe breaks. "Ah!" Boundary River Ancestor roared, and the huge river around him collapsed, smashing down bit by bit. Rumble! His huge body began to fall, smashing into the ground, and he died with his eyes wide open. He indeed died with his eyes wide open, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't understand why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Sigh! Seeing Boundary River Ancestor die, those from the Solar Divine race sighed softly, but when they looked at Lin Ling's group, they were immediately filled with shock. Such a powerful giant god of the universe died just like that, and the battle ended so quickly that it was beyond their imagination. It must be known that if a god at Boundary River Ancestor's level really died in battle, it would take several years for the battle to end. All of this proved that the strength of those 2 gods was heaven-defying. "Your Excellency, why bother?" A god with a sun hanging above his head looked at Lin Ling and smiled bitterly. Lin Ling sneered disdainfully. He knew very well that if he wasn't as strong as Boundary River Ancestor today, these Solar Divine race would have helped him long ago, and they wouldn't have been so easy to talk to. After all, when he went to look for Yu, he also encountered the Solar Divine race. At that time, they were also difficult to talk to. "He stole my woman. Is that reason enough?" Lin Ling's Panga's attack effect disappeared, and he slowly returned to his normal state. Then, he went to save Xianyuan and the others. "I see." Hearing Lin Ling's words and seeing Lin Ling's actions, those from the Solar Divine race finally understood. If that's the case, then Boundary River Ancestor deserved to die. They all smiled and said. Lin Ling looked indifferent, and his contempt for the Solar Divine race increased. These Solar Divine race had said that Boundary River Ancestor was their close friend, but now they were speaking for Lin Ling, which showed how shameless the Solar Divine race was. "What's the matter? If not, then scram." Lin Ling didn't give them any face, and continued to speak. Chapter 49-45. I'm not free. Lin Ling didn't even look at them. Instead, he asked Yu, Xianyuan and the others. Lei Gong and the others had been forced to leave. He had to find the Tao regression celestial tablets they left behind. Only then could he bring them back. Big brother Lin Ling, we were chased by the rotting realm in that direction. Yu and the others whispered to each other. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded and left with ignore, Yu and the others. Wait. However, the gods of the sun god race looked at each other and quickly chased after them. Do you want to die? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He had already said that he wasn't interested. Why were these people still bothering him? Fellow Taoist, don't be rash. We really don't have any evil intentions, and we don't intend to deceive you. There is indeed a secret realm, with a large number of sarcoma-like monsters. Now that the giant gods of the universe are besieging it, we are lacking some experts. Moreover, we have countless experts in the sun god race. It's just that they are in the 3rd and 4th layers. Only one of the 12 sun goddesses is left here. The gods of the sun god race smiled bitterly. I'm not free. Scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move. Lin Ling wasn't interested in them at all. By the way, are you going to find someone? Can we help? You should know that the rotting realm is extremely big, and there are experts from it. These experts are in the 2nd layer, and they are innately strong. It is said that the 2nd layer is also called the rotting realm, and it is a part of their rotting realm. It was broken during the battle. With our help, you can save a lot of time. If you meet the experts from the rotting realm, You can take care of each other. The experts of the sun god race didn't intend to give up and chased after them. Your perseverance is still there. Lin Ling finally stopped and looked at them with a cold smile. Then he looked at Ignore. Ignore's eyes flashed and he nodded. Let's go with them. After all, with their help we can find the others faster. Disregard also wanted to go to the Yellow Emperor's side, but the Yellow Emperor and the others were on the second level. However, he could not bear to leave Lin Ling behind. What's more, Lei Gong and the others were also the Yellow Emperor's people. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Okay, I promise you. But let me say this first. You are the one who begged me to join. There is no agreement between us. We can leave at any time. Moreover, when facing a strong enemy, we will look at the situation. If we are not strong enough, we will not attack. Lin Ling said. Don't worry, as long as you're with us. If you encounter a strong enemy that you can't handle, just do as you see fit. But we believe that since we're all in the same camp, you'll help us. After all, there's a lot to be gained from the tumor. You definitely won't miss it. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the gods all laughed. All right. Now, I'm looking for a few friends to come with us. Lin Ling nodded and led the group forward. He was curious. Why were the people of the solar god race so easy to talk to, and even took the initiative to help him find people? But after thinking for a while, he realized that they probably wanted to find more helpers. After that, Yu continued to point out directions. After spending a full 3 days, the group arrived at the place where Yu and the others had first come. This is the place. I remember there was a huge rock there. Everyone landed on the ground. Yu pointed at a huge rock in front of them. The huge rock was extremely strange, as if a stone monkey was sitting on the ground. It was very easy to notice. The first to leave are young Master Yao, Sakura, and the others. Yu said. Everyone look around nearby. Lin Ling hurriedly said to everyone. He then asked Disregard. Here, if the Tao Regression Celestial Seed is lost, will it disappear? The Tao Pagoda is different from the Tao Realm. If the Tao Regression Celestial Seat is lost, it won't disappear. Disregard explained. This meant that as long as no one picked up the Tao Regression Celestial Seat, Lei Gong and the others' Tao Regression Celestial Seat would be nearby. I remember you said that we can only leave if we go to a place with rotten stones. This means that some rotten stones fell during the battle. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly frowned. I'm most afraid that their Tao Regression Celestial Seat disappeared in the swamp. In the current situation, we can only look for it. Disregard said helplessly. Found it, Your Excellency Lin Ling. There's a Tao Regression Celestial Seat here. At this time, a voice came from afar. A few people of the solar god race laughed. Lin Ling looked over and found that there were 6 wings behind these people. It was extremely strange, and the sun above their heads seemed to be able to see through the swamp and see what was under the swamp. No wonder they could find a large number of sarcomatous demons. It turns out that they do have some ability. Lin Ling nodded, flew over, and took the Tao Regression Celestial Seat. Then, he punched a few times towards the sky, forming a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rumble. As if absorbed by the divine power, rotten stones strangely appeared in the sky. They were 50 meters in size and smashed down. After Lin Ling dodged, he watched the rotten stones sink into the swamp. He quickly took out the Tao Regression Celestial Seat and disappeared. A moment later, when he reappeared, he was already in the void of the 9 prefectures. As soon as he returned, a feeling of omnipotence was born. In just an instant, Lin Ling noticed Lei Gong and the others. They were all in Lei Gong's main hall. Fortunately, everyone is here. Lin Ling could not help but smile. He took a step and disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already in Lei Gong's main hall. At this moment, in Lei Gong's main hall, everyone gathered inside. They had been back for a long time, but they could not contact Yu and the others. They could not enter the Tao Pagoda, and were extremely worried. Is everyone okay? At this time, Lin Ling's body suddenly appeared. Lin Ling! Lei Gong and the others were overjoyed. They were incomparably happy. Lin Ling, have you entered the second level? Longyang asked hurriedly. I have entered and obtained a Tao regression celestial seat. I don't know who it is. Now, I will try my best to help you find the Tao regression celestial seat. When you come back, pay attention. If you can sense the Tao regression celestial seat, then come in immediately. Lin Ling explained. That's great. By the way, how are you and the others? Everyone was overjoyed, but Sheng Yi asked worriedly. Don't worry, they are fine. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He glanced at everyone and suddenly felt that something was wrong because one person was missing. Young Lin was there, Xiaoluan was there, and Nam Wufingyu was there too. Right, the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. Senior Dragon God. Chapter 49-46. Later we split up and escaped. During the process of escaping, it was the dragon god who turned into a giant dragon and blocked the experts of the rotting world, buying us time. Although we really wanted to help, unfortunately, the dragon god told us that he didn't have long to live, so we shouldn't cause more deaths because of him. In the end, we had no choice but to split up and escape. Then we encountered a falling stone. Inadvertently, we used the Tao regression celestial plane to leave the second floor. After we left, our Tao regression celestial plane fell to the second floor. Lei Gong continued. Lin Ling was stunned on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. At this moment his heart felt like it was splitting open. Back then, when he was still very weak, it was the dragon god who helped him through the Kaiyuan River and reached the Dragon Valley. Later, when he went to the Dragon Valley for the second time, it was the dragon god who allowed him to enter the ancestral dragon tomb in the Dragon Valley, which greatly improved his dragon talent. He, Senior Dragon God, was indebted to him for recognizing his worth. It's me. If I had followed you into the second floor, he would not have died. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not feel it. If he had not chased after the ancient coffin, then today's events would not have happened. Lin Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Seeing Lin Ling's depressed mood, Lei Gong could not help but shout. The sound of a copper bell echoed in Lin Ling's heart. Whether it was the dragon god or us, the moment we stepped into the Tao Pagoda, we were all prepared to die. The Tao Pagoda is cruel, and no god is immortal. When you slaughtered the gods of the Tao Pagoda, their thoughts were the same as yours now. Impossible, only they will die, and we will not die. This world is fair. The most important thing is that the dragon god also had this kind of awareness. Hearing Lei Gong's voice, Lin Ling gradually calmed down. He no longer blamed himself, but his heart was still sad. Lei Gong was right. When everyone stepped into the Tao Tower, everyone was prepared to die, including Lin Ling. However, the growth of the Tao Pagoda was very fast. Lin Ling had benefited, and so had Lei Gong and the others. Therefore it was relative. Before the dragon god died, he asked you to help him find the dead Dragon Valley and bring it back to his hometown. Lei Gong said again, Yes, I will. Lin Ling clenched his fists into the Dragon Valley. He secretly swore that he would enter the underworld one day and bring the dragons back. Rotting world. Then, Lin Ling's eyes were full of killing intent. Lin Ling, when we fought against them, we all knew that they were incredible. They're extremely strong. Don't fight against them unless you're strong enough. You already have a lot of enemies. There's Great Emperor Yao, the three great sects of White Mountain, Prince Ming and so on. It is not suitable to provoke strong enemies. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to move forward in this Tao Tower. Lei Gong suddenly advised. Pay more attention. Soon, you will be able to enter the second floor of the Tao Tower. Lin Ling nodded and did not say much. He took out the Tao Regression Heaven tablet and left. Looking at Lin Ling's disappearing figure, Lei Gong and the others sighed. They knew that Lin Ling did not take their advice to heart, and still intended to be enemies with the rotting world. Perhaps this was Lin Ling. The most ancient race in the universe has existed since the primordial age. It's just that they haven't formed yet, and have grown up in the universe. In terms of history, They are even more ancient than the Yellow Emperor of the Primordial Age. Lin Ling, I hope you can calm down. Lei Gong sighed. After Lin Ling returned to the second floor of the Dao Tower, his mood was still low. Yu Yu and the others also noticed it. After asking around, they finally learned the news, and their mood became depressed. Then, with the help of the gods of the Sun God race, they continued to search for the Dao Regression Heaven Tablet. They began to search from the original spot until they covered an area of thousands of miles. Gradually, the Dao Regression Heaven Tablets were found, and Lei Gong and the others entered the second floor one after another. Lin Ling was still searching for the Dao Regression Heaven Tablet. His mind was filled with thoughts. Now his strength was very strong, but against those ancient giant gods of the universe, it was still like an egg hitting a rock. Unless he, Lin Ling, could bring Lin Ling's universe into the Dao Tower. However, the universes of other giant gods of the universe could be around, but for some reason, Lin Ling's universe could not. It was as if it was rejected by other universes. Lin Ling, everyone is back. After an unknown amount of time, Yu Yu's voice came. Lin Ling looked like he was searching, but his mood was low. In fact, he could not help much. Everything was done by Yu Yu and the others. Thank you. Lin Ling took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and walked toward the others. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a smile. They could understand Lin Ling's mood now. Your Excellency Lin Ling, can we go now? The gods of the Sun God race looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Although the strongest gods brought back by Lin Ling were only late-stage high gods, they could sense that these people's strength was not as simple as it seemed. This made them very happy. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. After the death of Senior Dragon God, Lin Ling wanted to become stronger. The most important thing now was to improve his talent, and then break through to the late-stage high gods. Please follow us. The gods of the Sun God race smiled and took the lead to fly into the distance. The group followed one after another. Along the way, Nan Wufenyu asked, Lin Ling, can these people be trusted? If they set a trap and catch us all in one fell swoop, it will be troublesome. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. I am not too sure. But everyone be careful. If something is wrong, leave immediately. The reason why we are following them is that they have found a place to improve one's talent. I hope they are not lying to us. Alright, fortune comes from danger. Let's do it. Yao Young Master, do your best. Indra and Yao Young Master nodded. In the past, they were the top geniuses of the 9 prefectures. But after reaching the Dao realm, their strength was not even comparable to Xiaoluan and Longyang. This made them want to become stronger immediately and not be a burden anymore. After flying for 3 days, a large number of monsters began to appear in front of them. These monsters were as large as elephants. They did not have eyes or mouths, but had 4 limbs and a body. It was extremely strange. But their strength was incomparably strong. Along the way, many gods attacked these monsters. After destroying a large amount of flesh, they found palm-sized sarcomas in the flesh. These sarcomas were precious treasures that could improve one's talent. These things look like Taisui. The one who was staring at the fleshy monsters suddenly frowned. Now that you mention it, it does look like it. According to the records, Taisui is divided into 9 grades. One of them grows in a corrosive land, but its effects are boundless. Whitewater Pure Maiden pondered and nodded. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.